Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. Nithyananda, all of you. Welcome to Paramashivoham Level 1. What you just watched today is a taste of the Vedic tradition. Swamiji says, of 365 days in a year, at least 300 days will be filled with these kind of occasions, celebrations, and festivities all through the year. There is no way people can fall into anything that then they can claim as depression. Every moment you're connecting with your highest possibility, the divine, to awaken the divine in you. How did all of you enjoy today's darshan? The Mukutabhishekam live from Tiruvannamalai. I see hearts coming up. Yes, Ma Parameshwari. All right. So let's begin the session with all the auspicious blessings of our Guru. Please put your hands together for the Sadguru Vandana. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcoming all of you to a very beautiful session in Paramashivoham Level 1. We're going to answer all the questions, the whys of Hinduism, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, a lifestyle of celebration, festivities, manifesting the best peak possibility in every aspect of your life. The very root of the civilization from the Vedagamas. All your questions with respect to Sanatana Hindu Dharma will find answers in today's session. So let's begin with an introduction to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the understandings, the training given by the ultimate manifestation of the ultimate, the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru, Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana means age-old. Sanatana Dharma or Hinduism is the most powerful, most sophisticated, most intelligent, most cutting-edge presentation of the truth. Anything that has been declared as the ultimate generally will not allow scope for any upgradation or evolvement. The beauty of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is that despite being the most intelligent, most sophisticated, cutting-edge presentation of the truth, it is left with the possibility to evolve more, open for the possibility of updation. Swamiji says, ultimate but not final. There is always scope for evolving and updating. That is the beauty of Hinduism. Vedic civilization is the eternally living and eternally enlightened civilization called the Sanatana Hindu Dharma that traces its historical continuity from 1900 million years, the time period that marks the beginning of human civilization. Please understand, we have documented evidence, a historical continuity of this evolved civilization, the enlightened civilization, from 1900 million years, which actually marks the beginning of human civilization. The civilization flourished in the sacred land of the Bharatavarsha, on the banks of the rivers Ganga, Saraswati civilization, in the forests of Naimisharanya, inhabited by millions of awakened beings and those on the path of awakening, exists the all-knowing spiritual seat of infinite knowledge, or Sarvagna Pita, the divine throne graced by the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-pervading source of consciousness embodied as the Adi Guru, the original master. I will explain in simple terms. See, Naimisharanya is the forest. On the banks of the rivers Ganga and Saraswati. Now, this Naimisharanya is the place where nobody sleeps, actually. Because the beings who inhabit this place are all enlightened ones. Either enlightened or working towards enlightenment. In the Naimisharanya exists the Sarvagna Pita, which is the spiritual seat of infinite knowledge. And that's the divine throne that is graced by the Adi Guru, the original master, the one who is all-knowing. Under the canopy of the celestial, wish-fulfilling banyan tree, the Kalpataru, the Sarvagna Pita vibrates the sacred knowledge grasped by the divine view of the Vedic rishis, the eternal sages. Adi Guru, Paramashiva himself, is sitting there and radiating this knowledge. The enlightened masters, when they sit in oneness with the very source, the knowledge gets expressed through them. They become the divine instruments who sit in communion with the ultimate source and radiate these truths to the world. The Rig Veda and Puranas. The Vedas, which are the sacred scriptures, such as the Rig Veda, and the Puranas, which are the cosmic history, like the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Srimad Bhagavatam, give detailed records about the congregation of sages and saints in the Naimisharanya, presided over by incarnations and enlightened ones such as Sri Vedavyasa and Sanaka Rishi. Here were composed the world's greatest scriptures and performed the grand sacrifices for world peace and conscious human evolution. Hinduism is the most life-positive religion. See, There are two sides to it. One is sacred scriptures and the other, the cosmic history. The sacred scriptures are all the Vedas, like the Rig Veda. Cosmic history is the Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Srimad Bhagavatam. In all of these, you will see detailed records of Naimisharanya, the congregation of all the rishis and saints sitting, presided over by incarnations. And all the enlightened ones like Vedavyasa and Sanaka Rishi composed the world's greatest scriptures and also performed the sacrifices which were towards manifesting world peace and a conscious human evolution. Yes. Are you all with me with these understandings? I'm sure for most of us, the terminologies, the concept itself is kind of new. I don't mind if I have to go slow or explain it all over again. Any doubts that come up, please feel free to ask. Matrang Tran, all good? Okay. So I'll continue. Thus, the epicenter of the highest learning, teaching, and transmitting the sacred science was the Naimisharanya, expanding into prestigious global residential universities like Nalanda and Takshashila with extraordinary education and research. So Naimisharanya was the center, the epicenter of highest learning. And from here, it got expanded into global universities, residential universities like the Nalanda and the Takshashila University. Here, the knowledge transmission or Diksha, initiation, and expression of the mystical powers, the Siddhis, happened by the Guru Parampara, the lineage of living enlightened masters through continuous disciplinic succession. The masters transmitted all this knowledge by Diksha and manifestation of extraordinary powers, mystical powers. The ancient seers or rishis and enlightened masters of the Vedic times, as a collective consciousness, they instituted cosmic research and development centers, dedicating millions of years of spiritual practices for discovering, nurturing, and protecting the sacred truths for humanity. They were all the inner scientists who worked in the field of spiritual zone so as to protect, develop, and deliver all the sacred truths for humanity just to raise the collective consciousness. All of this also translated into outer world success. You will see in the upcoming slides their original revelations and mystical discoveries were systematically recorded and coded as the Vedic scriptures and transmitted in its pristine purity through the oral tradition of guru-disciple lineage. See, whatever discoveries they made in the field were all very systematically recorded and coded as well, and documented clearly in the Vedic scriptures. Not only that, in the Hindu tradition, Karna Parampara, it is called, where the master will talk it out and the disciple, just by listening, will be gaining all of that knowledge. The guru disciple lineage, that is why it's called the oral tradition, the verbal tradition. They had access to reservoirs of knowledge and powers that decoded every field, be it science, technology, meditation, healing, yoga, medicine, education, and lifestyle. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not just a religion, it is dharma. Dharma, which is a philosophy, a principle. In the Shaiva Agamas, Lord Sadashiva reveals four padas. Padas mean four facets, four dimensions that constitute the lifestyle of Sadashivatva, which is radiating the state, space, Shaktis of Sadashiva. For the earnest seeker, they also act as four doors to enter into the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham. Understand, when we say Sanatana Hindu Dharma or Hinduism, it is not just a religion, it is a philosophy, a principle. The ultimate manifestation, Sadashiva himself, reveals four dimensions that constitute the lifestyle, which opens the door to enter into the ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, realizing your ultimate divinity. So it is not bound by some religious beliefs, no. Now, the four facets that we are talking about are the Gnana Pada, Kriya Pada, Yoga Pada, and Charya Pada. The Gnana Pada is got to do with knowledge. Kriya Pada are all the actions that come from deeper knowledge. Kriya means action, basically. So the action that comes from a deeper knowledge, like the various pujas and kriyas that we perform. Yoga Pada is experience and powers that come from oneness. Yoga means oneness, experiencing union with the divine. So from that space of oneness, all the powers, the Shaktis that get expressed, including the Kundalini awakening, you becoming a Kalpataru, your ability to manifest reality for yourself and people around you, all of that comes under the Yoga Pada. The fourth Pada, the fourth facet is Charya Pada, which is celebration of the oneness, like the one that you just witnessed, the sacred festivals and celebrations. All of that fall under Charya Pada. Are we clear about the four different facets of Hinduism? Gnana Pada, with knowledge. Kriya Pada, actions stemming from the deeper knowledge. Yoga Pada is the experience of oneness and manifestation of powers from the space of oneness. And the fourth, Charya Pada, celebrations of oneness. Are we all clear? Ma Parameshwari, Tran, can I have an acknowledgement? For most of us, these terminologies may be new. Nithyanandam, Paniyaya. All right. Good. So I'll move on. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is gifting millions with a grand revival of all these four dimensions, and the world is once again awakening to the glory of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Yes, the uniqueness of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is that it can be continuously updated and evolved, but carries no danger of alteration or dilution in the process, because the avatars, the incarnations, and enlightened beings who are the keepers of this tradition themselves operate at the highest frequency of integrity to the cosmic laws. Like I said, these are the ultimate truths. Having said that, there is always scope for upgradation that is available to all the incarnations and enlightened beings who happen without any dilution or alteration of the truth, because they are the keepers of this tradition who themselves operate at the highest frequency of integrity to the cosmic laws. Moreover, the Shrutis, or the original scriptures, which are called as apaurushya or authorless, being the direct revelations from the divine, are always left untouched. Understand, this is one important terminology that you need to understand. Shruti. Shruti are all the Upanishads and the Vedas. Basically, the cosmos expressed itself. Cosmos sang about its own glory through the rishis who sat in samadhi. When they sat in oneness with the source, they just became the instrument through which the cosmos expressed itself. And that is why all these Shrutis, the original scriptures, are authorless. No Rishi can claim that they have authored that. And that is the quality of apaurushya, where the direct revelations from the divine were expressed through those instruments. They are always left untouched, and every avatar adds his own commentary or philosophy, which is known as smriti, that which is remembered, based on his own enlightened experience, the Atma Pramana, which are authenticated by the Shastra Pramana, the Hindu source scriptures, as well as the enlightened expressions of the various other rishis and seers of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma over the ages, which is the Apta Pramana. See, any truth has to go through the acid wash of these three pramanas, evidences as we call it. The Shastra Pramana is from the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana, which is the experience of other enlightened masters, rishis, and seers. And the third is the Atma Pramana, which is the experience of the master, the enlightened master, who is giving it to us. His own experience becomes the Atma Pramana. So, the beauty is that all these evidences will correlate and match and never dilute or alter the truth. Are we all clear with this one understanding? All right. I'll move on. Over the last 500 years, much of the sacred knowledge, the education system, the lifestyle, and the original body language of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma got diluted, lost, and destroyed by the systematic attempts of the foreign invaders to rule over the Vedic India through cultural genocide. Now, Puja Paramahamsa Shri, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is recreating the original space of Naimisharanya from the spiritual seat of Sarvagna Pita. The voice of truth that vibrated in the Ganges Saraswati civilization in the Vedic times can be heard through his divine vision and expressions. The Vedic Renaissance is happening in all its originality, depth, and expanse to enrich human beings, to reclaim the Vedic heritage and reconnect with the higher self. The whole world has to awaken to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The awakening is a grand yes to life. Now let us now look at the Hindu scriptures that we keep referring to, the source scriptures as we call it. The Hindu scriptures can be broadly categorized into these, classified into these categories. One is Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa, Purana, and Darshana. The Shrutis are, like I said earlier, the cosmos expressing through the rishis who sat in oneness with the source. What was heard include the four Vedas, the Agamas, the Upavedas, and the Vedangas. Under the Agamas come 28 Shaiva Agamas, 77 Shakta Agamas, and 215 Vaishnava Agamas. The Vedas, Samhita, Brahmana, Aranyaka, Upanishads, 108 and more, all of that also comes under the Shruti. There are Upavedas, the Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva Veda, and Arthashastra, the science of economy. All of that also comes under the Upavedas. Then come the Vedangas, Kalpa, Jyotishya, Nirtika, Chandas, Vyakarana, and Siksha. Under the Smriti come Manusmriti, Yajnavalka Smriti, Parashara Smriti, and 15 other Smritis. Itihasa is Ramayana, Mahabharata, and the Bhagavad Gita. There are 18 Mahapuranas, 18 Upapuranas, and 180 additional Upapuranas that all come under the Purana category. Nyaya Darshana, Vaisheshika Darshana, Sankhya Darshana, Yoga Darshana, Purva Mimamsa Darshana, and Uttara Mimamsa Darshana. All of this fall under the category of Darshana. This is, in a short essence, the various categories of the Hindu scriptures. In essence, the Hindu knowledge system is extremely life positive, non-violent. It's never about making money out of knowledge, and it's a absolutely contributing system that existed. The source scriptures of Hinduism, let us look at them. The Vedas are the pure science of enlightenment. The Agamas are the applied science, the practical technology for the Vedanta thought currents. Vedas are the pure science and the Agamas are the applied science. Paniyaya has a question. Are these all available today as well? Yes, Saya, they are all available, but the issue is that even though they are available, how many of us in today's world have the necessary knowledge to understand, read and understand all those scriptures? And that is where the role of the master is. The enlightened being, the avatar, happens to revive all the source scriptures and present it to the humanity in a way that they can understand, relate, and start living in their day-to-day life, isn't it? So they are there, they are very much there and available. Vedas and Agamas are not separate, and that is one of the biggest projects that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken up. He has collected so many of those palm leaf scriptures, and he is preserving them all using the latest technology just to establish it in the Sarvagna Pita, to show it to the world that this is the truth. We are not just talking things out of our hat. All of this has been documented very systematically in a detailed way, and it is one of his favorite projects. Okay, the Vedas and Agamas are not separate. Combined, they are the source books of Hinduism given the status of Shrutis, carrying the ultimate scriptural authority, the Shastra Pramana. From the Shiva Samhita of the Vedas starts the whole Agamas. The reference, the Agama, is from Paramashiva to Shakti, Devi. The verse goes, Agatam Shiva Vaktebhyo Gatam cha Girijamukhe Matam hi Vasudevasya Tasmadagama Uchyate. The meaning of this verse is that which has come from Shiva's mouth and directly heard and received by Devi Girijamukhe, Parvati, which has been ordained by Sri Vasudeva. Matam hi Vasudevasya. It has been ordained by Vishnu. Tasmad Agama Uchyate, to govern the world. Therefore, that is called Agama. Directly given by Mahadeva, heard by Devi, ordained by Vishnu. Vedata Akhila Shastrartha Siddhartha I'm sorry for that. Siddhamartha Nirupanat Darshananam Pramanatvad Veda Iti Amidhiyate, because it determines the purport of all the communicated Vedita scriptures and of the sacred Dharma, and because it is the standard direct evidence of all philosophies, darshanas, it is called Veda. There are 108 agamas revealed by Bhagavan Paramashiva over 60,000 years ago. 28 main agamas and thousands of upa-agamas. Upa-agama means sub-agamas, 64 tantras and 16 nigamas. Over 20 million verses are available put together. The 4 parts of the agama, like I told earlier, the Gnanapada, Kriyapada, Yogapada and Charyapada. Gnanapada is also known as Vidyapada, which is the sacred knowledge section. The Kriyapada are all the sacred rituals, the actions that connect you to Sadashiva. All the puja, the various homas, the kriyas that you perform, all come under the Kriyapada. The Yoga Pada is the original science of yoga, which reveals the Sashtanga Yoga, the 6-limbed yoga from Sadashiva. The Charya Pada is the lifestyle, the enlightened lifestyle, with detailed techniques about how to wake up, what time to wake up, how to brush your teeth, how to take bath, how to comb your hair, what to eat, how to dress, how to keep your inner space and outer space clean and pure. Every single thing has been detailed in the Charyapada. Kriya Charya Samopetam Yoga Gnananvitam Param. This is the supreme scripture associated with all the four sections, the Kriya Pada, Charya Pada, Yoga Pada, and the Gnana Pada. So let us look at Yoga, the Gnana Pada or the Vidya Pada. Gnana Pada is the truths of Paramashiva entering into the individual through transformative, powerful cognitions and power manifestation. See, all the truths, the sacred truths that we share here, which become powerful cognitions for you, will start expressing as powers. Now, this is the Gnana Pada. Pure knowledge, Vidya Pada, is divided into three portions. Knowledge about Jiva, knowledge about Ishvara, and knowledge about Jagat. Jiva is self. The 5 states of consciousness and the science to achieve oneness with Paramashiva comes into this category. About Ishvara, the divinity and powers of Paramashiva, the different dimensions of Shiva, the way he empowers his energies and incarnations and runs the cosmos. About the universe, Jagat, the Hindu cosmology, the various planes of existence, the Maya, all of that comes under that category. Satsang is when you are sitting in the presence, the association of the truth. Satsang has the incomparable blessing of having the opportunity to receive an incarnation's energy which simply awakens the deepest inner potential energy inside every human being, the Kundalini Shakti. Every time when you are sitting in the Master's presence, receiving his darshan, the initiation, the dikshas, and listening to all these powerful cognitions, your Kundalini energy is getting awakened, which is going to manifest as sound physical health, mental health, joy, and peace. The Shastra Pramana for Satsang, Vedagama Purananam, Dharma Gnanaika Bodhinam, Pathanam Pratyaham Yattat, Trutiyam Sheela Miritam, which means regular or daily recitations, study, and internalization of the Veda Agama Purana certainly cause the awakening of the pure knowledge and consciousness of Dharma, the eternal cosmic law, and the Gnana, the pure science and knowledge of Shiva, and this is known as the third Shila. Every time when you sit in satsang, there is awakening of the pure knowledge and consciousness, the eternal cosmic law in all of us. When you understand the Kriya Pada, the science of Kriya as per Agamas, every moment of your life will become more and more powerful, more and more intelligent, more and more energetic. When you practice Agama, Kriya Pada, you will develop a deep, tremendous self-respect for yourself. Bhagavan goes on to say, the science of Kriya, actually, once you understand the science of Kriya, you don't even need to create the fire and pour the ghee. Just by changing your breath, you can manifest the same Agni from your body, and that Agni will manifest what you want as reality. You don't have to put rice and pour ghee into the fire. If you just pour the rice and ghee into your stomach, that fire in your stomach, that Agni, you will manifest what you want, whatever you want, rather than when you understand the science of Kriya in its totality. Instead of offering making the offerings into the Homakunda, when you actually offer it into your internal stomach, when you consume it, the fire that you will be able to awaken in your stomach, you will start manifesting whatever you want. So next we will go on to understand puja. Somebody was asking me the other day, what is puja? Puja is our personal time with Guru and Paramashiva. It is the ultimate stress buster. Guru Puja and Shiva Puja is a nectarine space to connect and experience Paramashivatva, oneness, Advaita with the Guru, the embodiment of cosmic consciousness, offering your worship to the Master's feet is one of the best ways that you can connect to the ultimate embodiment of cosmic consciousness. The Shastra Pramana for puja, Vande Guru Padadvandvam Vag Manas Chitta Gocharam Shveta Rakta Prabhabhinnam Shiva Shaktya Atmakam Param. I worship the Guru's 2 feet, which are within the reach of speech, thought, and contemplation, and which have different lusters, white and red, representing Shiva and Shakti. So, with this, I come to the conclusion of this segment. Please share with your loved ones the signs of living life, the signs and powers that they can use at work, school, personal life, and knowledge that knows no boundaries, the signs of Paramashivoham. Let us now move on to understand Hinduism being a greater spiritual science. Yes, there is much that we need to internalize from this segment. I request all of you to come to the space of listening. Why Hinduism? Nithyanandam, Karunakaraya, Magnana Prakashni, please switch on your cameras. Paniyaya, where are you attending from? Which place? You could please message on the chat box while I wait for the others to come in front of the camera. Okay, Connecticut, USA. Nice to have you here, Aya. Nithyananda Mama. Nithyananda. Nithyananda. What language do you speak, Aya? Telugu? Yes. Bagunnara, Amma. Nice, ma. Nice. Okay. So we'll continue. Hinduism is a greater spiritual science, workable and a living model. Ask this question: why are Hindus successful? Although Hindus account for merely 2% of the US population, we are the most successful ethnic race. 16% of the US companies have a Hindu CEO, which is 8 times more than their population. 8% of doctors in the US are Hindus, which is again 4 times their population. Only 0.2% of the prisoners in the US are Hindus, which shows that Hindus have a crime rate which is 1/10 of others. 96% of Hindus have a higher education, which is 2.5 times the national average. Also looking, 48% of Hindus have done a postgrad, which is 3.7 times higher than the national average. The second highest taxpayers per capita and income group also happens to be Hindus. The economy, if you were to look at it, 56 Hindu nations of Asia spanned merely 2% of the world landmass, but contributed 33% of the world GDP for thousands of years until 1100 CE. Hindu nations provided free healthcare and other basic requirements of life completely free for the entire population. Today, even in the world's richest countries such as the United States, every 1 out of 3 adults has a healthcare related debt, isn't it? Compared to productivity, if you look at it, Hindus in Hindu nation produced 200 to 300% more grains than their European counterparts for the same area of land. Talk about food security. There was no famine in Hindu nations, even when there was no rainfall. Hindu temples stored grains which were shared freely in such times of crisis. If you look into the Hindu temple ecosystem, they had chatrams in more than 100,000 villages that provided a minimum of 3-month free stay to all the homeless and travelers with free food. They even provided free milk for infants. This is something that most of the developed world could never ever imagine, but this was the regular lifestyle in our Hindu tradition. If you were to compare the daily wages or earning of Hindu farm laborers was 5 times compared to their European counterparts. You're not even the landowner. We are not talking about the people who own the land. We are talking about the laborers who used to work on Hindu farms. Their earnings, their wages were 5 times higher than the European counterparts. Talk about taxes. The farmers in the Hindu nations were tax exempt during famine. Compare and contrast this to the colonial era, where the taxes were 300% higher and there was no exemption during famine. Hindu nations were the biggest exporters in the world and the topmost importers of gold. Even today, Hindus are the second highest gold buyers in the world. In fact, Bhagavan, in a very light vein, was actually talking about how, irrespective of what happens on the world economic front, the normal Hindu household will not even experience the economic depression that is happening, because The regular household, Indian households, it is always a three-tier economy. The first is the money that the husband earns and the government knows. The second is the money that you earn, the government doesn't even know about it. The third level of economy is what the wife has actually taken from the husband and she has accumulated, which neither the government knows nor the husband knows. So, even though this is on a very light vein, but that is how the Hindu economy system is so strong that it never experience the depression that happens. If you were to look at why the ancient Hindu nations were so successful, there's this very interesting uh, tweet by Paddy Brockman who says, India has never exported war, conflict, or terror. She is best known for her gurus, the Vedas, meditation, yoga, and wisdom. And when a Westerner is looking to answer the big questions of life, they travel to India. Yet, the whole history of India is the West trying to civilize her, isn't it? Look, the number of invasions that have happened in the colonial period. From then on, everybody has made this attempt to civilize the so-called uncivilized tradition. Whereas the truth is that every time the bigger questions of life had to be handled, everyone has reached out to India. The Hindu kingdoms, such as the Pandyan Empire, took Hinduism to all the South Asian countries, but pure enriching. There was no war, no conversion, no terrorism. The only way we contribute is by enriching. There is never force and there is no question of terrorism or conversion. A Hindu kingdom in India built the Angkor Wat temple, which is the world's largest stone structure in Cambodia, by exporting stone pillars carved in Bharat to Cambodia over ships. The king was actually from Tamil Nadu, and he built the richest temple in Cambodia by transporting every single structure from Bharat. In these 56 Hindu nations, 10,000 sampradayas, which are equivalent to 10,000 religions, coexisted peacefully without war. Never ever there was any ideological wars that happened between the 10,000 sampradayas. Everybody coexisted peacefully. At the international when we talk about international peace, these nations had trade relations with more than 100 countries, as far as Greece in the west and Japan in the east, but war with none. What made the Hindu nation so successful? Let us look at the economy, the case study on economy. The Hindu civilization functions on spiritual principles, which makes them extremely productive. Now, these principles are greater sciences, which give a breakthrough, not just an increase in the GDP, the gross domestic produce. The second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad sets the context and the vision for the entire Hindu civilization to be active from a deep spiritual context, even in terms of economy. It has always been from a spiritual context. The whole civilization functions on a spiritual principle which makes them extremely productive. The Ishavasya Upanishad sets the context for this. The second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad gives the vision for the entire Hindu civilization to live hundreds of years working dispassionately with the context of getting liberated. This principle inspired the Hindu civilization to be highly active and productive with a spiritual context without being driven by fear or greed, rather with the context of achieving liberation. The second verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad guides a Hindu to decide to live for hundreds of years and to do deeds dispassionately without any attachment to result as per the best principles, the Hindu standards given in the scriptures, all of this as an offering to the divine. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from bondage that gets created by deeds. Ma Parameshwari, are you catching this truth, Ma? It's a very, very beautiful context that was set by the Ishavasya Upanishad, which talks about how live 100 years, go on to perform all your actions without any attachment to the result, as per the best standards that are given in the scriptures, and offer it to the divine. No greed, no fear. Just do everything without any attachment to the result as an offering to the divine. And that is the only way a man can be free from the bondage that are created by the deeds. The Taittiriya Upanishad talks about the economic activity annam bahukurvita tat vratam. It says, you shall produce and safely store food grains in huge quantities, and that is your vratam, which is a spiritual vow for liberation. Please internalize this one verse. I will explain in further details how we have used this verse through very challenging periods where the humanity was experiencing drought, floods, where there is no food that is getting produced at that point in time. The Upanishad says, Annam Bahukurvita, produce it in large quantities and store it. And this is your spiritual vow for liberation, Vratam. The result of this practice was there were no famines despite less rainfall and no hunger despite crop failures. When you have grown enough and you have stored it for utilization of the masses at large, where is the question of a famine, even if there's no rainfall? No hunger, even when the crop doesn't grow. Compare and contrast this to the colonial era post-1730s, when Churchill, during the 1950s, made a statement, I hate Indians. They are beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits, he said. The sad part is that the famine was an artificially created one. Now, with this kind of a context, the result, 31 famines, even during good rainfall. There's no reason why the famine has to happen. The land is so fertile, the rain is happening, but it was an artificial famine that caused death of 33% of the population, where close to 29 million Hindus starved to death. There have been documentations of how the dead bodies lying on the streets had dogs and vultures eating them. The practice of Annam Bahukurvita ensured that no famines happened despite less rainfall. After independence, post-1950s, after 1947, Bharat, which is now India, started implementing different Western economic policies and strongly shunned the Hindu principles. As a result, India faced a number of threats of severe famines in the year 1967, 1973, 1979, and 1987. With living annam bahukurvita tad vratam, that principle, free food was distributed in temples to all pilgrims. Free stay was given to pilgrims and travelers in temples, the chatrams, for 3 months. What happened in the colonial era? The temple annadan, the free food distribution was stopped. Temple granaries were destroyed. At the village level, food security was destroyed irreversibly. In the pre-1730 era, there was no hunger despite crop failures, whereas in the post-independent India, with the implementation of the Western economic principles and strongly shunning the Hindu principles, 194 million of the 810 million undernourished people globally lived in India, making the country a key focus for tackling hunger on a global scale, as per the statistics recorded during 2016 to 2018. With producing food in large quantities and stocking them up as a spiritual vow for liberation, what we saw was 30% of the world's GDP, the gross domestic produce, was from the Hindu nations. In the post-colonial era, the contribution of Bharat, which is now a part of India, to the world, the GDP reduced to 5%. What's the question being asked? Karunakaraya? I'm not too clear with your question. Please post it. 30% of the world GDP, the economic activity, was from Hindu nations. Even by the year 2019, Bharat's share of the global GDP is a mere 7%. The latest reports, 2023, says the global GDP contributed by India is only to the extent of 9.3%, which is far away from the earlier world GDP level, or the 30% of the world GDP contribution happening from the Hindu nations. Okay. The farm wages and earnings per day adjusted to the year 2022 was 180 rupees, which was much higher than the wages of European farmers as per the British Journal. The colonial era saw that the wages were just about 60 rupees per day adjusted to the year 2022. Hindus produced 200 to 300% more grains than their European counterparts for the same area of land. In the pre-1730 era, post that the total cultivated farming area increased, but yield per acre dropped. 31 famines killed 33% of the population. There's an old Hindu proverb which says, Uttama kheti madhyama bana neecha chakari kukkura nidana, which is farming is the best, business is mediocre, being in service is the worst option. After independence, between 1995 to 2002, the farmers' suicide rate increased by 64%. The farmers' debt surged 58% between 2013 and 2019. Today, high farmer suicide rate is one of the most worrisome crises in Bharat. In the ancient 56 Hindu nations, farmers were extremely rich and prosperous. So that was about the compare and contrast of the economical situation. If we were to look into Paramashiva's economic principles, he says, wherever things do not reduce by sharing, like knowledge and education, it has to be given free. Knowledge is free. Education has to be given free, because when you share knowledge, there is no way that it will reduce, it will only grow. The services that need to be done every day, the survival things like food, medicine, etc., Paramashiva allows bartering. Like you should not be charging for food. For instance, if I have more rice and you have more wheat, we can barter. I give you rice, you give me wheat. So that is allowed for food and medicine. That is the economic policy that is given by Paramashiva. And the only things that are long term, such as construction, building infrastructure, only in those zones Paramashiva allows currency transactions. We will look into the field of public health and understand what made Hindu nations so successful. The ancient Hindu nations provided free health care and other basic requirements completely free for the entire population. Today, even in the world's richest countries such as the US, every 1 out of 3 adults has a healthcare related debt. Even today, of all the non-profit charitable hospitals run in the world, the maximum are run by the Hindu Enlightenment ecosystems, temples, and temple trust boards. The top 10 US hospitals put together perform 16,919 paid orthopedic operations per year. Contrast this to the Hindu charitable hospital Puttur near Tirupati, which single-handedly performs 60,000 free non-invasive orthopedic operations every year. A single charitable Hindu hospital offers 3.54 times more services than the top 10 US hospitals combined. Additionally, while the US hospitals charge for their services, the Hindu hospital offers their services for free as a religious practice. This same information has been depicted here in the form of a graph, where you can see the top 10 US hospitals put together compared to just one charitable hospital, Puttur near Tirupati. In a US hospital, the average cost for a non-surgical treatment of a broken arm or a leg is about $2,500. With insurance cover, it comes down to $150 USD per person. The Puttur treats broken bones at no cost, completely free of cost. At the most, you may have to get an X-ray for about 100 rupees. Even considering this, the cost of the treatment of a broken bone in the Hindu charitable hospital is just 1 of 1/50th. So how do you even compare these two? The Puttur, however, does not provide tertiary or advanced orthopedic treatments. Now, this, for example, is offered completely free of cost by the Sri Sathya Sai Institute of Medical Sciences, which performs 700 orthopedic operations per year, all free of cost, compared to the Cleveland Clinic Hospital, which runs about 542 surgeries per year. W. Adams was commissioned by the colonial government to make a report. He surveyed about 485 villages for Thana of Nathor in Rajasthan, where he recorded that the total population of the surveyed villages were about 1.2 lakhs. These villages were served by 123 general doctors and 205 specialized doctors. There were 21 smallpox vaccinators or inoculators, and there were 297 women midwives, which is one midwife per 408 people. This was during the period 1835 to 1838. In 1973, to compare this with modern times, the Kartar Singh Committee of the Government of India had recommended merely one midwife, the auxiliary nurse midwife, to be made available to a population of 10,000 to 12,000. Now, this shows Hindu nations had 27 times higher number of doctors and medical experts per capita as compared to today. Such a rich, glorious tradition, really. Hindus have pursued medicine as a noble profession, and Hindu civilization produced many philanthropic doctors and medical service ecosystems who served people as a path to their own enlightenment and liberation. We know that though Hindus account for merely 2% of the world's population and contribute 8% of the total doctors in the US, this is 4 times higher than the percent of population. This is the statistics for the 21st century. Hindu doctors are already serving so much, and if we Hindus as a civilization again started living the Hindu principles that our ancestors lived with, then the total number of Hindu doctors can increase as much as 27 times. The reason for the success of Hindu charitable hospitals is that healthcare services such as surgery is done as an offering to the divine by the doctor. It is a Hindu principle that serving devotees of the Lord is equivalent to offering service to the Lord himself. Because Hindu civilization teaches Hindus to work for enlightenment, they are able to work extremely hard for long durations, consistently and effectively. And this is why the Hindu civilization made huge stone temples with intricate carving. It was not done by slaves like how the pyramids were made. These temples were a devotional offering of an extremely hard-working Hindu civilization. Look at this lady. The sweet innocence that she carries in her face. Her name is Janani Amma, Sulagutti Narasamma. She is a auxiliary nurse, a midwife. In a period of 70 years, she has performed more than 15,000 traditional deliveries completely free of charge. Born in Krishnapura in Tumkur, a district in the state of Karnataka, she was a power manifester. She was even able to detect the pulse of the fetus while in the womb without the use of any instruments. Like all of us, we will have a Doppler to check the fetal heart rate. But this lady, a power manifester, could actually detect the variations in the heartbeat of the fetus without using any instrument. Each delivery by her was her offering as a service to her family deity, who is Lord Krishna. Sulagutti Narasamma was honored with the Nation's Civil Citizens Award in 2012 and the country's fourth highest civilian award, the Padma Shri, in 2018. Yet, in a sharp contrast, this professional community, which is known as the Dais or the Daima, with reverence, Ma means mother. The Dai is a midwife. This Daima community is extremely marginalized and demonized with the worst possible hate speech by the modern public health system, who addresses them as dangerous Dais. You can see here the in August 2020, 5th of August, there is a reference which says that she stopped practicing after a nursing staff while she was assisting a mother in the labor room of a hospital said that dais are dangerous to pregnant mothers. Her sons do not want her to work as a dai as it is not looked at as a respected job in the society. What an unfortunate happening. Such a service-oriented lady who is performing that action as an offering to the divine has been put down by the kind of hate speech that is going on. Now, because of this hate speech and marginalization of traditional Hindu medical practitioners, the daimas, the newborn infants pay the price with loss of their life. India has the maximum number of infant deaths in the world. The Lancet study says 5.5 million infant deaths in the world go unrecorded. Every year, more than 750,000 children in India die before completing the first year of their lives, what we know as the infant mortality. Infant mortality rate is high. The number is more than any other country in the world. A research led by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine states India recorded 779,000 deaths in 2012, followed by Nigeria, Pakistan, China, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Together, these 5 countries contribute to half of the total infant deaths in the world. Who is at a loss by doing this kind of hate speech and marginalization? We know after 1871, Criminal Tribes Acts, the great yogis, the Naga sadhus, were presumed born criminals as per law. However, in 2014, 177 nations recognized yoga as a world heritage. One side, you're recognizing yoga as a world heritage. On the other side, you are labeling the great yogis, the Naga sadhus, are born criminals. What kind of a paradox? The same is possible for Hindu daimas, who today are demonized as dangerous dais that might become a medium to reduce childbirth trauma and deaths for the whole world. We Hindus need to first recognize our Hindu heritage, which has millions of such great gifts. We Hindus need to educate world leaders about it and support Kailasa's revival of all those lost sciences, particularly the power manifestation science in the medical field, says Bhagwan. You can see here a senior female monk of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa giving free obstetric counseling service under the Kailasa's End Pregnancy Care program. The children born under the supervision of Kailasa's End Pregnancy Care are found to be healthier, sharper, calmer, and able to manifest the powers of consciousness more easily. The Hindu dharmic principles never allowed earning from others' sufferings. Now, this is exactly what the modern day health system is all about, the corporate setup. As per the Hindu dharmic principle, you cannot be making money out of others' suffering. An internal government record of the colonial era dating 1783 by an officer of that era named Alexander Dalrymple, titled as A Short Account of the Gento Mode of Collecting the Revenues on the Coast of Coromandel, London, 1783, reads, considerable villages have their doctor, astrologer, and all the public officers have shares of the general produce. Understand, in those days, the doctors got a share of the produce, the wealth of the community, when the community was healthy. They did not make profit out of them when they were sick. The interest of the Hindu doctor was only to keep the people healthy and not make a profit out of their suffering. So when your sickness can become my earning, why will I even work towards keeping you in the best of health? Isn't it? When I can make money out of your sickness, I only keep the sickness alive. And that is how the modern day medical practice will go on. Whereas the earlier days, it was all about having your people healthy so that they will make all the produce and they will give a share of their produce for your family as well. So that is how the doctors made money those days. Paramashiva's economic principles are where the society is most healthy. There are some places we cannot afford to have money as the decision maker. If money is allowed to become the decision maker, humanity enters into worst crisis like the modern day public healthcare system. The whole ancient Hindu civilization is built on the principle of for life. It was never anti-life. It was always for life. It is clear that the Hindu charitable healthcare service offers the most basic to the most advanced healthcare completely free of cost to one of the biggest populations in the world. And this is despite the fact that the entire Hindu healthcare system has been completely wiped off and destroyed during the colonization period. Are you all with me with these understandings that I'm presenting? That goes on to prove that Hinduism is a principle that is based on dharma, aligned with the cosmic principle, always life positive, non-violent, contributing, right? Kailasa's ferocious response has been contribution. That is the only way we can combat these issues. A heart-wrenching picture from the 1943 Bengal famine, the artificially created famine, the man-made famine of Bengal. As per the existing records, 3 million people were murdered. That is the right word. When you deprive them of food and for all the wrong reasons, you are fighting a war and you will divert all the produce to those places so that your soldiers will fight and gain the land for you. Whereas the native inhabitants are dying because of starvation. So literally 3+ million people were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling 1/3 of the mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying because of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault, he claimed. On a fertile land when all the rainfall was happening and the best of environmental weather conditions, this is the kind of statement made by the Prime Minister of the largest economy of those days. Compare and contrast this to the food security. In 2016, in the Ujjain Kumbh Mela, Kailasa served organic food to over 3 million people under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Kailasa has served more than 1 billion free meals in the past 26 years and is determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. The Taittiriya Upanishad says, you shall produce and safely store food grains in huge quantities. That is your vratam, the spiritual vow for liberation. The context is to use selfless, dispassionate actions to get enlightened. Massive economic expansion and breakthrough in public welfare is an outcome of an entire Hindu civilization that is pursuing enlightenment. You can see pictures of Bhagavan contributing in this field. The Nithyananda Annalaya at Tiruvannamalai set the trend and revived the culture of temple Annadan. In 2005, the head of the State Department of HRCE openly acknowledged in a public speech that the state government started Annadan taking inspiration from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Nithyananda Tiruvannamalai Annalaya alone serves 3 million Hindu pilgrims every month. Every month on the full moon day, people flock Tiruvannamalai because going around the Arunachala hill on that day is supposed to be extremely auspicious, what we call the Girivallam. Every Girivallam, Tiruvannamalai Annalaya serves all the Hindu pilgrims who walk that pathway, because the ashram Tiruvannamalai KAILASA Adi is on the Girivallam path. You can see here, Bhagavan, even with a fractured hand, engaged in selfless work day and night, leading the nation of Kailasa by example and inspiring the sovereign order of Kailasa to engage in dispassionate, selfless service. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, 2 steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. And this picture is after that surgery, where Bhagavan is actually serving all the people during the Annalaya. Much earlier pictures, way back in 2002, 22nd November, the early days of Kailasa's spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff is offering Annadan on Kartikai Deepam at Tiruvannamalai. Also, the Thane flood relief. I was also blessed to be a part of this humanitarian service, where the many villages in Pondicherry were submerged under the flood, where people were they were homeless, without food, without shelter, with medical care. Bhagavan was personally there and guiding the whole process, actually doing it all, where food was cooked in multiple the kitchen was running throughout the day and throughout the night, and the food was distributed to all the affected people. You can see here the pictures that speak of the relief program that was done in Pondicherry, January 2012. Not only providing food, but providing all the clothing, shelter, and the health. Medicines were offered free of cost. The Arogya Yoga Health Workshop in 2005, 25th of November. Bhagavan again serving food to the people who gathered in thousands during the Nithyananda Spurna meditation at Salem, Tiruvannamalai, and also during the Kartika Deepam celebrations. The free Kalpataru meditation, not only offering food, but also the spiritual programs that are continuously offered free of cost to raise the human consciousness. This was yet another huge program by Bhagavan during the Kumbh Mela at Ujjain, where he organized bandaras, which are religious feasts that are served for all the respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks. Not only that, many people, lakhs of people every day had food at our camp, and also benefited from the meditation, the sharings of the powerful truths, as well as the free medical care that was offered. You can see the Annadan in Tiruchengood Sarvagna Peetham, run by a single sannyasi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. One person inspiring volunteers to pursue enlightenment through dispassionate, selfless service. In various other Kailasas all over the world, Annadan is a regular practice. During Guru Purnima in Houston, Kailasa, like I said, Kumbh Mela 2016, free medical camps were run by the LOOM, which is the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, and Kailasa's Department of Health at Ujjain Kumbh Mela. The camp was visited by 10 million citizens of Kailasa and Hindus. Free medical camps run by Kailasa's Department of Health at different places from 2006 to 2018. Multi-speciality medical camps in urban and rural areas giving a free diagnosis, medicines, and other medical support. Way back in 2006, we have a picture of Bhagavan healing touch on a child who's unable to walk. Many people have experienced miraculous healing effects of so-called incurable diseases with the compassion and blessings of His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. An 80-year-old lady who was not able to walk and was wheelchair-bound for more than a decade was able to walk with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff. I was there when this lady actually started walking, and it was such a bliss to see her joy with this change to her life. More and more pictures of free and accessible medical camps all over the state of Tamil Nadu, held in over 50 places, benefiting millions of people, directly run under the Supreme Sovereign Order of Kailasa and LOOM. Free social services for children in the zone of education, medical, meditation, education materials given free, and dental camp that was conducted at Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu. The ENT camp, medical camp, eyes, ears, nose, and throat, organized by the doctors of Kailasa's LOOM and the Department of Health Kailasa. Over 85% of the people are availing the facilities of the medical camps in India are from the economically weaker sections of the society. The number of people benefited in each medical camp across the various towns around Bangalore ranges from 300 to 800. I myself, as a medical doctor, have been a part of the free medical camps that we would run every weekend around Bangalore and Tiruvannamalai. The various villages around Adi Kailasa Bidadi, we used to conduct free medical camps every weekend where people used to throng in such huge numbers, 300 to 800. The allopathy medicines are the state of the art and approved by the FDA and manufactured by reputed companies. Weekly and monthly medical camps conducted in Bangalore, Hyderabad, various monasteries and centers in Tamil Nadu in India, in Los Angeles, Ohio, and few other centers in USA and in Vancouver in Canada. Organizing free food to patients in public hospital, organizing blood donation camps as a part of the Nithyananda Youth Foundation have also been the various other services provided by Kailasa. So, how many of you here are inspired to live this lifestyle and become a part of the Hindu patrons of Kailasa. Hindu patrons are honorary members of Sri Kailasa who are blessed directly by the gods and goddesses of Kailasa and chosen to be a part of this cosmic revival. Patrons will be part of the elite team who will be a part of the Kailasa's nation building. Kailasa is a seed bank for all the 10,000 sampradayas. It's not a competition to any nation. Kailasa complements all nations. Kailasa will establish political, social, economic, religious, legal, and spiritual legitimacy for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Paramashivoham gives Hindu patrons a superconscious breakthrough and an opportunity to get trained into being an active medium for sharing the superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity through the revival of Kailasa. Yes, thank you. Zheng Xia Zheng says, I want to help people too. Yes, Aya. That is the only reason, that is the only way I would say to live like God on planet Earth. When you reach out to enrich people who are in need at any level, I'm really appreciative of that response. Hinduism is extremely precious for mankind and it needs to be protected, and the Supreme Pontiff through Kailasa is protecting it, and this is very important. The Supreme Pontiff is making it happen for entire humanity, and we must do our bit and support it because the most precious asset for mankind, Hinduism, is at stake. Understand, Hindus are good people. Wherever we go, we do only good to society. When we are good people and have not done anything but good, there is no reason for us to be shy in reaching out to the world leaders, our senators, our councillors, our chief ministers, our mayors, our premiers, and different political leaders with the gifts of Hinduism. We Hindus are good people with the best gifts on the planet, which we want to share with everybody. Let us enrich. Let us contribute. This is Hindu lifestyle. We Hindus do not convert. We Hindus do not terrorize. We Hindus do not colonize. We Hindus only enrich. We Hindus only contribute. Let us go all out in contributing. That is the grand Hindu narrative. Contribution is the grand Hindu narrative. With this grand narrative and introduction to Hinduism, let us, all the Hindu patrons, reach this out to the entire world and world leaders. Support Kailasa in this endeavor. A clarion call of Hindu patrons. All Hindu patrons will be invited to the diplomatic conventions to get trained in the following dimensions of Hinduism to become authentic representatives of Kailasa, which is the first nation for all Hindus. Those of you who are interested to be a part of it and you would want to know how you can do it, this presentation is for you. You could be a part of the Hindu Bank, Hindu leadership, the Vedic scriptures, Hindu education, Hindu leadership, Hindu values, Hindu chanting, the Vedas and Agamas, Vedic sculpting, and many more. You could take it up as a 3-month training project training, which is schedule of 4 to 6 hours per week. All the whys of Hinduism, 2 hours per month, the various mantra chanting and learning Sanskrit, just spending 2 hours a month, the Hindu think tank, 1 hour in a month. Collaborate with the Hinduism Pedia team on Vakyartha Sadhis and organize debates on the NTV platform. Hinduism Pedia project and team. Also, spending 1 hour a month, you can get introduced to the Agamas, give an overview on what is Agama and different Agamas that form the core of Vedic Shruti. We will also dive deeper into some of the more significant texts like the Kamika Agama to give the reader a taste of how the revival of Kailasa is taking place according to the truths and directions given in the Agamas. 4 hours a month, learn the importance of vegetarian food and Paramashiva's kitchen, Hindu Bhagashastra, the various aspects of Hindu cooking, how to start cooking class and spread awareness on vegetarian food lifestyle as recommended by Mahadeva himself. You could also contribute to international journals. Those interested in Hindu temples, Hindu worship, spending 4 hours a month, 3 hours a month, you can learn about the Hindu temples worldwide, the history of these temples, how they were enlightenment ecosystems, engage with the worldwide Hindu temples, and understand the uniqueness of Hindu temples. As a part of the Hindu jurisprudence, the most ancient system of jurisprudence in the world, the principles of justice being sourced directly from the Vedas and the Agamas, which are the source scriptures of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Hindu Vedagamas form the core constitution of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Dharma Shastras are the basis of the Hindu code of conduct in a Hindu state. Learn about all these principles and their application in today's world, primarily in the context of the revival of the Hindu jurisprudence of Kailasa. 3 hours a month is all that you need to share. Become a Hindu patron. Those interested can register. The link is here for all of you. kailasa.org/Paramashivoham/Hindu-patron. I leave the slide here for those of you interested. Please take some time, go ahead and register on this link. Any clarity needed? Please post on the chat box. Zhengzhen, you said, okay. Me too. All right. You could go ahead and register on that link, Aya. Any clarity, questions, please ask. If we had nothing coming, then I will have to conclude and hand over to the next Acharya. Ma Parameshwari, all good? Yes. Okay, ma. So please find a straight line. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Let's start our sessions with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's do one round of power manifestation of third eye. So please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the third eye power manifestation first and continue with today's sessions. And I request all of you to be on camera. Christina and Fani Ayya, Karunakar Ayya, Agamapriya, thank you. Jnana Prakashini, Mariano Peris, Paula Gomes, all of you please be on camera. Christina, Virupaksha. Yes, please post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. We are going to do the third eye power manifestation. Now please sit straight. Tie your eyes with eye band. Please sit straight with the head neck back straight line. Tie your eyes with eye band. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Parameshwari posted. responsibility. The theory of karma simply says that whatsoever is happening to you is your doing. Nothing happens to you from outside of you. You create whatever happens to you. Most of the time, you are not aware and you are not conscious. So you are not able to see yourself doing it. Please sit straight and bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's palm. Any thoughts that are coming in this, just unclutch, meaning let the thought come, let the thoughts go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and again. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So start chanting the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. Now, please go ahead and remove your I-band. Post whatever your third eye reveal in the chat. I'm projecting the picture now. Okay, this is what I projected. So let me read your responses. Bridge, seeds, food, landscape with rice field. It's close. Rice field. It looks like rice field. So Parameshwari, good. Some part of it, it's good. And beautiful scenery, Karuna Karaya, yes. Yes, it's partial manifestation. All right, so now let's move on to our sessions. So today we are going to learn many things about all whys of Hinduism. Why temple? Why rituals? Why so many temples? What is the concept of God in Hinduism? Why so many gods? And what are rituals? Rites and rituals? What is puja? And so many other details we are going to learn today in the upcoming sessions. I request all of you to be on camera and be available. All right. So now let's learn about the temples. Why temples? Can, whatever you know, can you all please answer why we have temples? Why Swamiji is promoting heavily on temples? And whenever we just had a great ritual of Mukutabhishekam, right? So, and whenever Swamiji Darshan is there, we see one ritual happening, Lagu Puja, to various deities, Brahmosam happening, so festivals happening. So what is the why temple? So let's go from there. Why temple? Whatever you know, I'm not saying whatever your understanding so far, can you just type it? Whatever is your understanding, please type it. Karunakar says, energy centers and enlightened ecosystem. Wonderful. We feel peaceful after offering prayers and archana in temples. And Faniyaya, vibrating positive energy, place to surrender ego. Wonderful. Agama Priya, enlightenment ecosystem. A temple-centered lifestyle, beautiful. Traditional social networking places. And temples, Parameshwari temples are the place where you can connect directly with cosmos. Beautiful. All of you are right. And a lot more we're going to learn. I'm sure you all of you know much more than what you have typed it. And today we're going to learn some more details about temples. And others are listening. And how many of you have never been to temple yet? If you have not yet done, if you're not yet visited any temple yet, due to a different country, whatever is the reason, do so immediately, as soon as possible. A traditional temple. And India, there is no village, town, city, anything that you take, nothing, no city, no town exists without a temple. Temple is the center and everything around it. If it's a city, many temples. But even a poor village, the 100, 200 houses, they have one room temple at least. But without a temple, there is nothing exists. As many of you said, temple-based ecosystem. Temple-based ecosystem. So then why temple? What is the science behind temples? Can anyone tell what is the science behind temple? Whatever you know. Deity worship, okay. India, they have temple, church, and mosque also. Yeah. Vedagamic culture, places to pray and meditate and celebrate. Places that are attracting cosmic and planetary energies. Okay, so let's understand more details about the temples. A temple is a place where an intense cosmic energy is available for everyone to experience. All the major Vedic temples built over the centuries have been consecrated by enlightened masters. Or rather, the temple has grown around the intense energy field established by an enlightened master for the benefit of all the humanity. Just as a rich man leaves behind the wealth for the next generation, his kids, after he leaves the body, enlightened masters have leave behind a huge energy that they bring with them in the form of temples. For instance, the four main Shankara mats, the Pitams, Shankara Pitams, were established by the Adi Shankaracharya, who walked on this planet Earth in the 8th century and revived the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And Patanjali, the great scientist, built Chidambaram temple, the Falani temple by Siddha Bhogar. They are monuments and they existed for time immemorial. There are some temples, nobody knows how they built directly there is a temple in South India where one devotee built the temple, visualized the temple inside his inner space with such a minute details, with such an extravaganza, no human can build that temple. And he manifested that physically here. You can see that in one of the temple in South India. And there are no cranes, no modern infrastructure to build that kind of monuments. And each temple radiates certain energy where your certain wish will be fulfilled. Say if you go to one temple, if you want kids, if you pray into that temple, you will get the kids. If you want to get married, there is a certain temple blessings. If you want to heal, Vaitishwaran temple in South India for the healing. There are so many temples, a specific purpose also built. The energy, the enlightened master placed that energy in those temples. Marjani says, temple is a place connecting energy between cosmic and planet Earth. Yes, ma. Perfect. Perfect understanding. So how that is possible? How the temples radiate that kind of energy. The temple structure itself is like that. In Hinduism, temples are designed as energy centers, energized by the great enlightened masters to radiate the enlightened master's presence even when they leave the body. The structure is such that once they energize it, it is there for good. for time immemorial. Temples are found deliberately at a place where positive energy is available abundantly from the magnetic and electric wave conveyances of northern pole, the push and pull of the north and south pole. The idol of the god, the core of the temple, the sanctum sanctorium, Garbhagruha, Garbhamandir, Garbhagruha, any name in Sanskrit. Basically, sanctum sanctorium. This is the area where Earth's magnetic field is discovered to be most extreme. Therefore, it is the energy source. And then every temple will have the flagpole, the Dvajastambha, the flagpole, the Dvajastambha in Sanskrit. That behaves as a transformer. And the huge dome-like construction, the huge domes are for amplifying the energy. So temples were systematically built for the transmission of energy on a large scale. The structure of the temple is designed so that anyone sits inside the complex feel powerful strength, energy, and vibrations. Like an inexhaustible battery, the temples discharge cosmic spiritual energy to seekers, proving to be an unbroken connection between the masters and the people. The temples, the main deity who radiates the Garbhagriha, the main deity, there is two types of, as per the Vedic scriptures, there are two ways to install the energy into the deity. One is Agama Pratishta and the other is Prana Pratishta. In Agama Pratishta, energy installation is done by the second category of people. That is done essentially through chanting of mantras. This method will install only a few volts of energy. The energy intensely will be decided by the nature of the mantras, the accuracy with which it is chanted, and above all, the psychological state of the person chanting them. Whereas the Prana Pratishta, the energy installation is done by the first category of people, none other than enlightened beings, the avatars. It happens through a direct connection with the divine cosmic energy that nourishes the whole universe. The enlightened masters are the pure channels for the divine cosmic energy to flow through. So they can choose what manifestation of the energy they wish to install. As I was explaining to you, some temples maybe, to remove the karmic baggages. For example, Srikakulam temple in South India. Or any type of energy for the goodwill of the society. Masters have worked on the science of the inner world and have installed various aspects of divine energy in these temples, deities. Every historic temple has its own significance. Each deity has its own boon to offer depending on the type of energy installed in it. That's why in order to conceive children, you go to a particular temple. In order to wed as a suitable spouse, you go to a different temple. And to defy planetary influences, you go to a different temple. And financial problems, you go to a different temple. And for health healing, you go to a different temple. These benefits are nothing but the spiritual energy packs. Temples are structures that replace the enlightened master's presence. Masters, by the sheer presence, heal people. They heal not just the physical level, but at the being level. They keep the inspiration for spirituality alive. So their presence offers an ambience of sacredness. Temples are the places created by masters to offer these same things that they can offer. Now, temples are ecosystems for mass enlightenment. There are ecosystems not for few people, but ecosystems for mass enlightenment. The Angkor Wat temple that you see here, largest religious complex in the world by land area, about 401 acres. More than 3 times the area of the Vatican City. It was built 3,000 years ago, but wrongly shown merely 8 centuries old by Hindu scholars who cannot tolerate the appreciate the long Hindu history. The Angkor Wat is 3.3 times the largest Hindu temple in India, Sri Rangam temple. One prakaram of Angkor Wat is larger than the entire Sri Rangam temple. Cambodia has at least 100 temples larger than Sri Rangam. So it was a Hindu nation which had 1 million beings radiating enlightenment. You can see the skin tone carving is extremely difficult. The intricate detail that you see, that's carved by a stone. It is merely art mastered with multi-generational hard work and training by artists living enlightenment. Grandfather training the father, father training son, and son mastering it from very young age. So it takes many generations to develop expertise of this kind. If these artists are killed, it is next to impossible to revive such an art. Angkor Wat has got 3.8 kilometers of such carvings. This picture alongside is from a Hindu temple in India. The sculptings have such detail like hair carved on stone, blood vessel carved on stone. Cambodia, Angkor Wat has skin tone carving over a length of 3.8 kilometers. And you can see the top carving of Ramayana, the famous, the Hindu history. the sculpture. The bottom carving of churning of the Milky Ocean. Length of these carvings is 3.8 kilometers. An extremely difficult job, around 3.8 kilometers length carving is done depicting Kshirasagara Madana, meaning the churning of the Milky Ocean, by the estimate of at least at a time 2,000 skin stone carving artists. As a civilization, they lived and radiated enlightenment. The entire temple is a large mandala, just as what is used in your meditation, the Shivoham process. The pillars of Angkor Wat were manufactured in India, exported in ships, and erected by elephants. Later, domestic expertise was built in Cambodia, which continued the tradition. Angkor Wat temple was made by Suryavarman, who was worshipped as a Devaraja, enlightened king. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declared, I don't have any doubt that Suryavarma too is the Vishnu's incarnation. If you can do this massive work, he can be considered and revered and worshipped as Vishnu's incarnation. This kind of leadership qualities is not possible. Krishna very clearly, wherever the glory expresses, I will be there. And this kind of glory only Krishna can express. Only Krishna can express, and I have no doubt that he is an incarnation. There are 34 rock-cut Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain temples and monasteries from 7th to 10th centuries at Ellora. The most amazing is Cave 16, the Kailasa temple. It is the largest monument in the world cut from monolithic rock, UNESCO World Heritage Site. You can see the temples carved. The top of the superstructure over the sanctuary is 32 meters. You can see the magnanimous, the single rock stone carvings. Hinduism has a recorded history of more than 12,000 years. You can see the Ellora caves. When you visit a Hindu temple, such as Angkor Wat or South Indian temples, you may have noticed temples are not maintained properly. Temples are destroyed. What has been your immediate response witnessing mantras are chanted in churches, Jesus picture hanged inside a Hindu temple, temples are left so unclean, dilution on puja being offered? So are you one of the Hindu who will accept the way things going mainstream way or stand up? And you can campaign and advocacy on Hindu temples to be run by government or not. Should Hindu temples reclaim their properties or not? The Hindu patrons are honorary members of Sri Kailasa who are blessed directly by gods and goddesses of Kailasa and chosen to be part of this cosmic revival. Patrons will be part of the elite team who will be the part of the Kailasa's nation building. Kailasa is a seed bank of all the 10,000 sampradayas, means the traditions. Kailasa is not competition to any nation, and Kailasa complements all nations. Kailasa will establish political, social, economic, religious, legal, and spiritual legitimacy for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Hinduism is extremely precious for mankind and it needs to be protected. The Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa, is protecting it, and this is very important. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making it happen for entire humanity, and we must do our bit to support it because the most precious asset for mankind is Hinduism is at stake. So Hindus are good people. Wherever we go, we do only good to society. When we are good people and have not done anything but good, there's no reason for us to be shy in reaching out to the world leaders, our senators, councillors, and chief ministers, mayors, or different political leaders, basically, with the gifts of Hinduism. Now let's understand the signs of temples. Who are blessed directly by gods and goddesses of Kailasa and chosen to be part of this cosmic revival.
And
Patrons
the
will
history
be
of in tune, very little known information and unrecorded Akashic readings are so much. I have to sink the whole thing in tune. It is still taking time for me to comprehend, especially to present it in your language, the language in which all of you can understand. I can see literally so much of cosmic information from the Akashic reading, Akashic recordings are getting downloaded and getting ground, processed to get expressed in the language in which you all can grasp, you all can understand, you all can receive, you all can enjoy. So it is taking little time. I'll answer some of your questions today related to this temple culture. As part of this Satsang series, Madurai Adhiyanam series.
This is a question from Rajiv, India. Beloved Master, people not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also. Both.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit superconsciousness from one place to another place. Please understand. In Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab. And if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which people were able to connect with the super consciousness have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is a place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, See, in those days, human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. So, an example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air or 30 feet above the air without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like Egyptian pyramids, monuments. No. It is conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Paramahamsa begins Landa with over 10,000 hours of
Now we are going to do the power manifestation, one round of power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please quickly post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yes. You are the best. Why compare? Thank you, Ma Agama Priya. So wonderful. So now please go ahead and bring in your object of coconut. We are going to do the consciousness over matter, little bit advanced. For those of you who are yet to manifest from the hand, you can continue to do that. If you are new and you are yet to manifest the power of consciousness over matter from the hand, you can continue to do that. For those of you who are already done that, you can start doing in the little bit advanced. You can get 2 of them and manifest, and putting both hands, and you can manifest the power, or you can put it on a phone surface, silicon surface, you can manifest that. Any or even if you're working with one object, you can declare which side it should fall. All right, so you decide what you want to manifest in an advanced level, or simply do it from the hand. So please quickly go ahead and bring in your object. Take a few moments and go ahead and bring in your objects, please. If you do not have the coconut, you can get a round fruit. Ma Jenny posted, trust is an attitude. It leads to innocence, surrender, relaxation, and bliss. Thank you, Ma. Please go ahead and bring in your objects. quickly. Are you all done? Are you back with your objects? All right. So keep your object on your hand. If you're advanced doing, you can bring in 2 objects and put it. Or if you're doing in the silicon, put it on the silicon. That is the phone tab or computer flat surface. So be ready with your object. And now sit straight. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. Bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and again. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Continuously chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye. Declare the object to move, to roll.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now please go ahead and share your experience. Your power manifestation experience, please go ahead and share. Ma Gyaneshwari and all others, please post your experience. Malisa, Jnana Prakashini. So, before we learn more about rites and rituals, Paula Gomes says, my orange rolled in both my hands and it looked to swing very lightly on the cell phone surface. Wonderful one. Very close. Mapala, wonderful. So, why idol worship? Let's understand this basic question. Many people may be having it. So, let's understand in Swamiji's own voice, why idol worship?
The importance of deities and ritualistic worship. Please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We don't worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. Again and again I wanted to insist and remind people, as long as you have the mamakara that you are with the form, you cannot have, you can't understand, you can't feel, you can't experience God without form. Understand? It is from your inner image, life image will be created. What do you think about life, others, God? All that will be reflection of your inner image. So everyone who has an inner image that they have a form, it means everyone other than enlightened beings, should know very clearly, listen, should know very clearly that their image about life and God also will be with form. So better to accept the reality as it is first and use completion and other methods and evolve to the space of Advaita. Understand, it is really important to start from where we are standing. Whether your goal is to reach the sun or the moon or the Mars, you have to start from where you are. You have to start from where you are. Deity worship is not only inevitable, it should not be avoided. Showing any philosophy. Even a great thinker, Kapila, not only founder of Sankhya philosophy, founder of the world's first philosophy. The person who started thinking first on the planet Earth logically, who evolved the possible conclusions and probable conclusions using the power of imagination and the probabilities of imagination. Please understand this word. Possible conclusion, probable conclusions, using the power of imagination and imaginable conclusions. Sankhya is the source of all philosophies and science. Possible conclusions is math. Probable conclusions is science. Imaginable conclusions is quantum physics. Possible conclusions is math. Probable conclusions is science. Imaginable conclusions is quantum physics. Listen. I want you to know I am neither a mathematician nor a scientist or a quantum physicist, but I am a Sankhya. I am a Sankhya yogi. That is why I have defined the whole maths, science and quantum physics in 3 statements. Possible, probable, imaginable. In all these 3 directions, how our energy can flow without the fear or desire blocking our energy, without any incompletions, blocking our energy. That whole science was so beautifully developed by Bhagavan Kapila. Even he is very clear about meditating, connecting with the form of the God. In Bhagavatam, Kapila Gita, a beautiful theistic version of Sankhya is expanded and explained so powerfully, so perfectly. Bhagavan Kapila, who was considered to be the greatest thinker, even he is very clear. Deity and deity worship should not be avoided. Meditating with the form, connecting through the form should not be avoided. I have seen thousands and thousands flowering through the deity worship. Otherwise, why do you think I respect, revere so much the deity worship? Please understand, I'm very calculative, lazy guy. I'm very clear about what I am saying. I don't do anything unnecessarily. I don't waste time, energy, and I don't do anything without calculating. You may give your own meaning for the word calculative and lazy. I am giving you my meaning, because both the words I uttered, I am giving you my meaning. If I am promoting the deity worship, understand it is directly useful to you. Directly. When I say directly, I mean it is directly useful to you. Mahadeva is worshipped. I can say most worshipped God in the world, Mahadeva. Because there are many other incarnations, deities, sons of gods, prophets, enlightened beings, siddhas, munis, rishis, sages, so many. They all may be followed, but Mahadeva is the world's largest worshipped God. Not just followed, worshipped, revered. Most easily accessible. Just a little water and one leaf or one small fruit is enough. He is pleased. He is immediately pleased. He answers your questions. He fulfills your requests. He brings completion unimaginable. Ultimate being. Mahadeva. Worshipping him through the form, through the deity. Connecting with him through the form, through the deity, is the most powerful way of connecting. Most powerful space of connecting. Most powerful being. Understand? Connecting through the deities, relating through the deities, is such powerful spiritual practice. I insist every individual to keep this as a lifestyle for you, to keep this as a very being. Because we human beings, unless we see it in the form, we don't relate to it. Unless we see it in the name, we don't relate to it. So the form, name, relating through the form and the name is required as long as you assume that you have a form and the name. As long as you have a form and the name. And the power, the way cosmos comes down to grace us when we relate to it through the form, through the deities. It is such an amazing, unimaginable, amazing, unimaginable. That's the word I'll use. And in the Vedic tradition, we have mastered the science of making a stone into God, turning a stone into God. We mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. That whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. Revival of temples will be the revival of world peace and world bliss. Unless there is a bliss, peace will always be challenged. Because peace is more like a non-existence of problems. Bliss only is a positive affirmation of life. Non-existence of the problem is peace. Positive affirmation about life is bliss. Revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatana Dharma, Advaita Satya, is going to happen. And whenever I see, wherever I see people gathering in large number and worshipping, I see very clearly the very energy of Mahadeva. He physically appears and blesses people, accepting the devotion. When I saw that Kavadiya procession from Harkipuri to the various Shiva temples going all over North India, literally I saw Mahadeva like a holding his protection and blessing energy like a kavacha from above and giving them all tatastu for whatever they were praying, the space they were creating. Thought, oh God, what a powerful method our masters have found to relate with the cosmic energy. So immediately I have decided by next year, that same season, all over the world, all our devotees from the nearest river, you will do the Kavadiya Abhishekam, Kavadiya Snan for Mahadeva in our temple. Bidadi, go to Kaveri and bring water and do Abhishekam to Nithyanandeshwara in Bidadi. So Los Angeles, go to the Colorado River. St. Louis, go to the Mississippi. So all the temples will go to the nearest river point. From there, pick up the Kavadiya and walk up to our temple and offer the ceremonious bath, Abhishek. More and more time should be spent on deity worship. That should be the only entertainment you have. Your entrainment is satsang completion. Your entertainment is deity worship and enriching. Your enlightenment is living. Drop all other entertainments, fill your life with this. All our ashrams, all our temples should have continuous worships, rituals happening. And I really wanted to tell all of you, I wanted all our devotees and Swami's disciples, everyone to be more and more theistic. In the name of Advaita, you guys are slowly moving towards atheism. I am a theistic Advaiti, Ramana Maharishi's descendant, not J. Krishnamurtis or U.G. Krishnamurtis. I am declaring very clearly. We are followers of Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharishi. Theistic Advaitis. we don't belong to the school of J. Krishnamurti or U.G. Krishnamurti, atheistic Advaitis. No. Buddha belongs to Nirvani Akkada. Nirvani Akkada doesn't belong to Buddha. Buddha is atheistic Advaiti. Kapila is theistic Advaiti. Shankara is theistic Advaiti. So, we belong to Shankara, Kapila, Jnana Sambandar, Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharishi, theistic Advaitis. If I have to put one step further, our worship, theism, respect, devotion, all should not be just imagination, visualization, meditation based. It should be deity based. Understand? It is not like if you imagine there is a Devi and offer the Nevedyam and puja and bow down to her, that is not enough. No. You will have the deity and physically offer the Nevedyam. Physically offer the clothes, Abhishekam. Just like you eat physically, you don't just imagine and keep quiet. Even if you become Nirahari, you drink the juice physically. So whatever is done to you, all those respects, services should be done physically. So that is what I mean. Not only we are theistic Advaitis, our theism, devotion should be deity based. Deity based. That is what I mean. Deity based. That is why temples, rituals, traditions, festivals, celebrations, constantly reminding people about Advaita Satya. Advaita Satya. Advaita Satya should be lived, lived, lived again and again and again, reminded again and again and again. Lived, reminded through the temples and deity worship. Through the temples and deity worship. So with this, the essence of today's satsang, deity worship, and our sangha should follow the deity worship. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda, everyone. Now, let's learn about why rituals. Let's learn about why rituals. Why rituals are actually created. And what for these rituals. And you have seen today the beautiful ritual, right, with Swamiji's life. And today, beginning of the program itself, we have seen that beautiful ritual. And every darshan with Swamiji, we have one ritual at least. And all our temples, we have so many rituals. So in ancient time, meditation techniques, which are used by masters to feel the divine connection within themselves. In course of time, when the meaning is lost, if the idea or concept behind, if the philosophy behind the ritual, if it is not transmitted to the next generations, if only the action is transmitted, not the context behind it, then any meditation technique become a ritual. When the context why we are doing the ritual is transmitted, then those meditation techniques become rituals. So in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, there are so many rites and rituals. So many is not few hundred or few thousand or few lakhs. It is millions of rituals. Please understand, for thousands, not lakhs, few millions of rituals. So many thousands of mudras, the posters, with the hand gestures, mudras we call. So many thousands types of homa, the rituals with using the fire, we call homa. So many thousands are there. So many thousands of puja, worshipping. Millions of rituals. Why we worship the 5 elements, the Panchabhutas, the 5 elements? The whole existence is made of the Panchabhutas, the 5 elements. So we can relate with the existence and we can relate to the cosmic energy through these 5 elements. When you try to relate the cosmic energy through a stone, understand the metal idol, it is called puja. What is puja? When you try to relate to the cosmic energy through a stone or a metal idol, it is called puja. When you try to relate the same cosmic energy through the river, through a pond, through any water body, it is called tirtha snan. Snan means, tirtha means water, sacred place water. Snan means a shower. When you try to do the same ritual, standing in water or sitting in water and meditating and repeating some mantra, offering some puja to the water, it is called tirtha puja or tirtha snan. Tirtha puja or tirtha snan. When you try to do the same ritual or same, try to relate the cosmic energy through fire, it is called homa. When you try to relate with the same cosmic energy through air, it is called a repetition of mantra or mantra chanting, through chanting the mantra. When you try to do or fall in tune with the same cosmic energy through using your visualization, that is called meditation. Through meditation, we can fall in tune with the ether, the 5th element. So we fall in tune, or we connect ourselves to the cosmic energy through all these 5 methods. What is puja? Puja is like honoring a esteemed guest. Like when your esteemed guest comes, how you say that? You can't just say standing, let him come, he came anyways, he will come inside. No, you will go and, with so much of love, so much of respect, so much of happiness, you'll say, please come inside. You will say that, right? That is welcoming. And all how you treat the guest, how you offer the food, how you offered, show the everything, how you respect that honored, esteemed guest. If you do it for your favorite Ishta Devata, it is called puja. Puja in our system is called seva. We honor the deity, we call that as seva. It's got one more word, serving the Lord, serving the deity. What is this concept of serving? For a logical person, it is very difficult to understand that the energy can be alive in one stone and continuously, day in, day out, you can serve that energy. Deity worship. All these things are very difficult to understand, but people really feel, not only feeling, expressing that feeling in the physical world, in the physical form. If you take the Apta Pramana, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, when he used to do puja, literally he says, sometimes I used to think whether the really Devi is accepting my puja or I'm just wasting my time. So he used to suspect whether she's really alive or here, or I just sitting and wasting my time. He says, I used to take a thread out of my cloth and keep near her nose to see whether she's really breathing. Is really breathing or not? Whether she's breathing or not. And of course, Ramakrishna achieved the peak, the extreme, ultimate experience. He literally saw that the cloth, the thread is to move. So there was a beautiful incident. Some of you may be already aware of it, but in Ramakrishna Paramahamsa's life, in Calcutta, Dakshineshwar temple, a Kali temple, where Ramakrishna Paramahamsa worked as a pujari, as a priest. So, in Calcutta, they have this habit of offering conch bangles. Bangles made out of conch. The conch shell will be cut and they will make bangles out of it. And they will offer that bangles to the deity, to the Devi. So some devotees bought 4 pieces of conch bangles for Devi. For the Kali's 4 hands. The right side will be Abhaya and Varada, meaning like this, Abhaya and Varada is giving like this. And the left side should be holding a sword and a head. as one hand in sword and one hand a head. The head of a asura, the demon, head of a demon. So the sword is removable. So he was able to put the bangle, all the three hands, except the hand that was holding the head of the asura, the demon. Because the hand, because in that the hand, the bangle cannot go. All the three hands, he put the bangle. Then he said, oh, that hand is holding the mudra, or the head of the Rakshasa, the demon. And another priest said, why? You are a great devotee. And if you say, mother will open her hands and you can insert the bangle. And Ramakrishna Paramahamsa is so sincere, you will be surprised. You'll be really surprised. The hand came out and literally mother, she dropped the head and Ramakrishna put the bangle. He inserted the bangle and he gave the head to the mother's hand that she's holding. Neither the statue is broken, nor the bangle is broken. And it is there in her hands. You can still see that in Kali's Dakshineshwar temple. It's almost like over 150 years, but still you can see it. When you go to the Calcutta Dakshineshwar temple. Any thoughts, any of your experiences you can share? Now let's listen from Swamiji the rites and rituals, significance of rites and rituals.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Rites and rituals, an updated understanding. Let's analyze this topic completely. Let's look deep into the roots of rituals, why rituals are created. rituals. In ancient time, meditation techniques which are used by masters to feel the divine connection within themselves. In course of time, when the meaning is lost, if the idea or concept behind, if the philosophy behind the ritual, if it is not transmitted to the next generation, if only the action is transmitted, not the philosophy is transmitted, then those meditation techniques became rituals. Understand? When the philosophy behind the ritual is not transmitted, only the action, the physical action is transmitted, then meditation techniques became a ritual. When you do it with understanding of the philosophy behind and full of heart, any ritual can become meditation technique. When you do without understanding and without your consciousness, awareness, even meditation technique will become one more ritual. There is no difference between meditation technique and ritual except your interest in it, that's all. With your interest, any ritual can become meditation technique. It can directly connect you with the cosmic energy. It can put you online or in tune with the ultimate energy. There are so many different kinds of rites and rituals. I think our religion has got at least few millions of rituals. Please understand, not few thousands or not few lakhs. Few millions of rituals. So many thousands of mudras. So many thousands of types of homa. So many thousands of types of the pujas. Millions of rituals. I was telling you the other day how we worship all the 5 elements. The whole existence is made of these 5 elements. We can relate to the existence, we can relate to the cosmic energy through all these 5 elements. When you try to relate to the cosmic energy through a stone or a metal idol, it is called puja. When you try to relate to the same cosmic energy through a river, through a pond, through a water body, it is called tirtha snana. When you try to do some ritual standing in a water or sitting in water and meditating, repeating some mantra or offering some puja to the water, it is called tirtha puja, tirtha snana. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through fire, it is called homa. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through air, it is called repetition of mantra. Through repetition of mantra or japa, you can fall in tune with the air energy. Through chanting the mantra. When you try to, you can fall in tune with the cosmic energy through ether using visualization. That's what we call meditation. Through meditation, you can fall in tune with the ether. We fall in tune or we connect ourselves to the cosmic energy through all these 5 methods. Mainly, we can classify our rituals as rituals done for human beings. When you take birth, when you are given a new name, when you marry, when you are given food first time, they call it annaprasna, or when you are given the food. The rituals done for human beings, when you die, these are one set of rituals. There's another one set of rituals done for the gods to invoke their presence in temple and invoking their presence at the time of puja. There are so many things. Puja is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. Actually, what priests do in the temple is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. When a guest comes to your house, very elderly, who is supposed to be respected, you receive that person, give him a chair and give water to wash his feet or wash his hands. You are asking, you want to use the bathroom? Giving him the chair is only asanam samarpayami. Priest will give the seat. You ask him, do you want to use the bathroom? You want towel? That's what they say, bhadyam samarpayami. They offer the water to wash the feet. And then you are, of course, when a person comes, you offer flowers, you offer little flowers as a respect. They give argyam samarpayami, the flowers are offered. Then naturally you arrange for his bath and comfortable stay. That's what we say, snanam samarpayami. Then naturally you ask him to eat. Food is served. Naivedyam samarpayami. Then you give betel leaf and betel nut. Tambulam samarpayami. Then the end of the day, you put him to rest. The same thing. That's why we say the puja in our system is called seva. There's got one more word. Serving the Lord. Serving the deity. We need to understand this concept of serving. Of course, for a logical person, it's very difficult to understand that energy can be alive in one stone and continuously, day in and day out, you can serve that energy. All these things are very difficult to understand. But I have seen people really feeling, not only feeling, expressing that feeling in the physical world, in physical form. Ramakrishna, when he used to do puja, he says, sometimes I used to think whether really Devi is accepting my puja or I am just wasting my time. I used to suspect whether she is really alive here or I am just sitting and wasting my time. He says, I used to take a thread out of my cloth and keep near her nose to see whether she is breathing or not. Whether she is breathing or not. And of course, Ramakrishna achieved the peak, achieved the ultimate experience just through rituals. Let me tell you this one incident. If at all you get a chance, you must go to Calcutta and see the Kali temple in which he was doing puja. And don't miss, of course, you will be allowed very near. In North Indian temples, you can go very near the deity. You can touch almost in all the temples. Here you can't touch because they have covered the deity with gold and silver. That's the reason you can't touch a lot of gold jewelries and silver jewelries. But you can go very near, almost you can go near 1 or 2 feet. In other many temples you can touch the deity and do puja by yourself. When you go, don't miss an important thing. Let me narrate the incident and you will understand. In Calcutta, they have a habit of offering conch bangles, bangles made out of conch. The conch shell will be cut and they will make bangles out of it. And they will offer the bangles to the deity, to the Devi. Some devotee brought 4 pieces of conch bangles for Devi. Kali's 4 hands, the right side will be Abhaya and Varada. The left side she will be holding sword and head of a Asura. The sword is removable. So he was able to put the bangle in all the 3 hands except the hand which is holding the head of the Asura. Except that hand, because in that hand the bangle cannot go. All the other 3 hands he put the bangle. Some priest was asking, why you are not able to put the bangle for the mother in the 4th hand? He said, oh, that hand is holding the munda or the head of the Rakshasa. The priest said, oh, you are a great devotee. You can say, mother will open her hands and you can insert the bangle. And he is so sincere, you will be surprised. Of course, still I am not able to understand. Even after seeing, I can only just believe and respect and do namaskar and come out. Really, he asked the mother and she dropped the head. Bangle was inserted. Again he gave the head to the mother's hand. She is holding. Neither the statue is broken nor the bangle is broken. It is there in her hands. If you go, please don't miss see it. Of course, when I went to the temple, I was in an ashram, very famous ashram. I went as a part of the ashramite. So I was allowed to touch that bangle and see. Not only I touched the bangle, I completely rotated that bangle and saw whether it is broken at any point, whether he broke and pasted it. I inspected. I tell you, the bangle is complete. It is not broken. And the statue is also full. It is not broken. Stone statue. Statue is also there as it is. Bangle is also there as it is. But it is there inside. Very difficult to believe. And it is not some 300, 400 years old. It's just 130 years. Just 130 years ago, in 1886, he passed away. Only 130 years. I don't know. We have no logical explanation, but it is there. That much only we know. The power of mind, the devotion can express physically. See, if you have a darshan of Devi and if you feel that Devi is here and all those things are very subjective. You can't see it in the physical way. It is an individual's experience. But here, physically it is expressing. We heard a lot of stories that Udupi Krishna turned for the sake of Kanakadasa, or Vittal was waiting on a brick for the sake of his devotee. All these stories we hear. But this is something which I have seen with my own eyes. Very difficult to believe, but which is there. He has reached such high peak just by rituals. Just by rituals. Vivekananda says beautifully, if you can create Ramakrishnas, not one idol, have thousands of idols and start doing rituals. If you can create one Ramakrishna, not one idol, have thousands of idols, start doing rituals. And there are so many other experiences of Ramakrishna related to these rituals. But this one is enough to explain the power behind the rituals. Physically he is able to alter the whole structure. Physically he is able to command the Murti or the deity out of his devotion, out of his power. It's only one incident. There are so many other incidents which you can say. Once he requested a nearby hibiscus plant to give hibiscus in both colors. From same branch, 2 different color hibiscus came up for the sake of puja. So like this, so many incidents, he was just able to command the power of meditation or the power of mind. When we intensely do the rituals, we completely fall in tune with that deity, with that energy, with that Murti. She just listens to you. The Vigraha, the Murti, just listens to you. Of course, there are incidents about Madurai. One great enlightened master came and was staying in Madurai. The Madurai temple has got beautiful elephants, 8 big stone elephants in the Garbha Mandir. Actually the story goes, the 8 big elephants are holding the Garbha Mandir of the Madurai temple. So Nawab, he comes and makes fun of these statues. What is this? Elephants are standing here unnecessarily. He just makes some comment. Then the master says, don't think they are stones, they are living elephants. They are here to serve Chokanada. This Nawab laughs. What are you talking? Then this enlightened master, he gives sugar can and the elephant eats. The story says the elephants eat the sugar can. Of course, this all story, we don't know how much they are true or whether they are fact or truth. We don't know about all these things. But this one thing, I myself have seen the bangle, unbroken bangle in the hands of Devi. All our puja is nothing but receiving and respecting and serving. That's why we say seva, serving. And Ramakrishna says, when I fan the mother, I feel that she is experiencing the cool air. I could see very clearly she is experiencing the cool air. And I could see very clearly she is adjusting her sari. He says, I can see she is adjusting her sari. So many beautiful experiences. All the rituals done to the God's one side. The other side, rituals are the rites done for human beings. Especially the Pitrudarpana. I think that is one of the important ritual. This Pitrudarpana is done to give a beautiful farewell or to release the soul from the bondages. When a person dies, let me describe the whole scene, what happens. First, his soul leaves the physical body, then it moves to the subtle body. They call it Sukshma Sarira. In Sukshma Sarira, it stays for a few kshanas. When I say kshana, I don't mean second. In Vedas, we don't calculate time chronologically, we calculate it psychologically. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. If you have lived peaceful life, your kshana can be even 100 years. Your one Shana can be 100 years. If you have lived a restless life, your Shana is not even microsecond, less than microsecond. That is why they say a person who lived a peaceful life will have a peaceful death. Because you will be allowed to stay only for 3 Kshanas in your subtle body. The 3 Kshana will be decided based on your life, how you lived your life, how long you can manage without having thoughts. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. In our system, we measure time in a totally different way. You need to understand this time concept also. For example, if you are sitting with a friend whom you like very much or you love, you feel in tune, even if 4 or 5 hours pass, even if 4 or 5 hours are over, you will not even know. Suddenly you realize, oh, 4 or 5 hours are over. I don't know how the time passed. If you are sitting with a person who is boring and torturing you, after every 10 minutes you tend to see the watch. You see what's happening, why he is not leaving. So actually time is more psychological. It is not chronological. Here, if you are in the state of bliss, if you are here and now, you will not know how time passes. If you are restless, if you are continuously moving from past to the future, future to past, time will never move for you. That is why we say, for us 1 full year is 1 day for Devatas. Because they are in higher consciousness. The number of thoughts is less for them. They are in more joy and peace. That is why time just flies for them. For us 1 year is 1 day for Devatas. That's why in all Nataraja temples, they do only 6 puja per year. Because they follow the calendar of Devatas, not the human beings. When the number of thoughts come down, time just flies. If you are more restless, time never moves. For people who are in the hell, for them, our 1 day must be 1 full year. That is why we say eternal hell. Hell is always used with the word eternal hell. Hell is not eternal, but it feels like eternal. Because time never moves. You are continuously waiting, but time never moves. They have too much of restlessness. Actually, the hell or heaven is only based on your mind. If you have less number of thoughts, you are in heaven already. If you are too much restless, if you have too many number of thoughts, you are in hell already. It's not that you go there, you carry with you. Be very clear, we don't go to hell or heaven, we just carry our hell or heaven with us. Wherever we go, we carry our tent, open it and just stay. Same way, we carry it with ourselves. When a person dies, he stays in his Sukshma Sarira for 3 Kshana. If we have lived a restless life, we will stay only 3 microseconds. In 3 microseconds, we will not have time to choose about our next birth. We will just choose in a very opposite way. Just whatever comes to our thought, just like that we will choose. If we have lived a peaceful life, we will have time to look into our complete samskara structure. We will be able to see how we lived this whole life. One more thing, the moment you leave the body, you will have the capacity or the energy to see your complete life, how you lived. You will be able to have a complete overview of your 60-70 years of life. If you have lived peaceful life, if you are leaving the body peacefully, you will be able to see the whole structure. You will be able to see the whole life. Then you can decide whether to take human body or whether to stay without body or whether to become enlightened and relax, liberate yourself, or whether to take any other type of janma. You will be able to choose because you have freedom. You are relaxed. I always tell people, live peacefully, don't run continuously. If you are continuously running, you will not have a lounge when you leave the body. You will be again running. Whatever train comes first, you will be put in that and sent. You will not be able to stay there. If you have lived peacefully, you will be able to relax. You will be able to stay there. You can choose. There are many reminiscences of the masters. They say, even 300, 400 years they wait to take the right body. They wait for right parents. They wait for right place. If you have lived peacefully, you can wait and choose your parents, the place to take birth, and the right body, right social setup. If you have lived in a restless way, naturally you will not be able to wait. And one more thing, if we have lived restless way means continuously we are dependent on body and mind. You depending on the body and mind is what is restlessness. You are totally dependent on body and mind. So naturally you can't be without body and mind. So you tend to take some body. You don't bother. You are not interested in waiting. Let us have some body first. Later on we'll think about it. What we should do or what we can do, all those things later on. First let us catch some body. So whatever train comes first, you get into that and start your journey. If you have lived a deep peaceful life, you can wait and choose the next body and take birth according to your decision. Kathopanishad beautifully explains the whole process, how we leave the body, how we can choose, and how we miss the opportunity. How we miss the opportunity also is very clearly explained in Kathopanishad. That is why whenever a person dies, we always repeat the Kathopanishad. Even at the time of Shraddha, the Kathopanishad is repeated. These last rites are done to liberate the soul, to give a good farewell. Actually, if you are continuously bothering about the person, if you are continuously worrying about the person, that soul also can't continue its journey. It is a farewell we are giving to that soul. Yes, you lived with us, really great. Now it is time. You can carry your life, and even though we are not able to digest it, we respect your decision. We are here just to respect you, just to support you in your journey. It is a good farewell. It's a positive farewell we are giving for the departed soul, so that the soul can continue its journey. In every ritual, again and again, rishis impart their knowledge to us. And one more thing, our rishis, our masters, don't leave even a single opportunity to impart the concepts or the truths to us. They don't miss even a single opportunity. whether it is birth or death or naming ceremony or marriage, in every step they give us that knowledge. They give us the wisdom about the life. Even in the Saptapadi, the other day I was telling, in Sanskrit we don't have equivalent word for divorce. We don't have word for divorce because the very concept divorce is not existent. It is not there in our system. In Saptapadi, when you take the vows till the end, till the death, you decide to be together. You can separate yourself only if you take sannyas. There is only two chances, either death or sannyas. No other way, no other permission or no other possibility that you can separate yourself. There is one more beautiful sloka. At the time of marriage, they repeat. Of course, I don't know. In some customs, they use this, all the mantras. In some customs, we have different tradition. But in the Vedic system, they use this mantra. They bless. It's actually a sloka from Tantra Shastra. They say, the 11th year, at the end of the 11th year, let you become mother of him. Let him become son for you. A new dimension of relationship. See, the wife is asked, blessed, to become mother. The husband is requested to become a son. It's a very strange thing. Very difficult to understand. How can wife become mother? Actually, if a real love happens, if a real intimacy happens, women reach the state of mother. She flowers into the motherliness. There are some more deep concepts which Tantra explains. How, when you reach the depth of love, you become more motherly. You became more like a Devi. That's what they say. In the East, women is always called or respected in the form of, only in the name of mother. She is respected more as a mother because we respect the motherly dimension of women. Of course, only when she reaches that dimension, she expresses the fulfillment. This is a beautiful statement asking women to reach the state of mother and man to reach the state of child. He needs to come back to the innocence. He needs to achieve his innocence. She needs to achieve the motherhood. That is the purpose of the whole marriage system. Of course, let me explain the Gurukula system, how the whole thing starts. At the age of 7, we are initiated with Gayatri Mantra. Between 7 to 14, we have to continuously practice that mantra. By 14, if you achieve the first experience, first conscious experience or divine experience, you will be asked to study Brahma Sutra, means training for sannyas, training for spiritual life. If you have not achieved the first divine experience, then you will be asked to study between 14 to 21 the Kama Sutra. 14 to 21, the people who achieve the divine experience will study the Brahma Sutra. The others will study the Kama Sutra. The people who study the Kama Sutra will go for a Grihastha life, the Grihastha Dharma. The persons who study the Brahma Sutra, they will go for sannyas life. By the time they finish the Brahma Sutra, at the age of 21, they are expected to achieve enlightenment. If they achieved enlightenment, they will be given sannyas. They will go for the sannyas life. If they have not achieved enlightenment, again they will be asked to study Yoga Sutra. They will have to continue their spiritual practice. This is the way our whole structure is created. Then each one will take their life. Neither a person who lives sannyas life feels is unfit, nor the person who lives in the grihastha life feels is missing something. Each one takes his own way, his own path. Of course, there's one more chance given for the people who are in the grihastha life. At any moment, after 10 years of grihastha life, if he feels he wants to take sannyas or a spiritual life, he wants to enter into the spiritual life full time, if the family agrees, he can take initiation called Vanaprastha Dharma. Means living towards the eternal life. Vanaprastha is not sannyasa. It is living towards the eternal life. Then after the Vanaprastha life, he can decide to take sannyasa. Once a person takes sannyasa, he starts running Gurukula or university for next generation kids. This is the way our whole structure is created. There are so many beautiful things in our rites, in our rituals. We can explore if we have the interest and if we go deep into it. It's a big science, ocean. It is just endless ocean. We can continuously explore. I think it is time for me to stop, but I will answer your questions because I don't think I will be able to explain all the rituals and rites. It's a big ocean, but I can explain whatever you ask, those few things, I'll try to explain. You can ask any question about rites, any rites or any ritual. I'll try to explain whatever way I understand. You are welcome to put your questions on this subject. Of course. You can use the mic, it's not open.
When we do the final rites, so we do the tarpanas, and people say when you go to Badrinath, and if you do that, you don't have to do anymore.
Actually, Badrinath is like a center through which you can relate to the Pitruloka. It's like a runway from where you can take off. It's just like a runway from where you can take off. You can relate with the Pitruloka. Of course, what they say is true. But one more thing which I wanted you to understand. Continuously doing darpana, whether it does good for the parents or not, it does good for you. Let me describe how. Till the end of your death, some part of your energy, some portion of your energy represents your father, mother. Now the latest studies, few studies, they say, if your father or mother dies in a very young age, there's more chance for you to have paralysis stroke. Because one part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your being is a gift from them. By doing this Pindadarpana and Shraddha regularly, you make that part, that energy, that portion peaceful. You invoke peace in that area. Whether it does good to them or not, we don't know, but it does good to you. So please don't miss our traditional Shraddha or Pinda, all these things. You see, these mantras, vibrations which you create, they heal your energies. They pull you out of depression. They relax. They create a positive vibrations inside your being. So, to console ourselves, we can say once you do it in Badri, there is no more necessity, or you don't have to do. But from my experience, I'll recommend, even if you have done in Badri, don't miss at least once in a year. Continue to do. That's why they do these Shraddha rituals in the Amavasya day. See, Amavasya is the time when you are facing the low energy. See, have you heard the word lunar and lunatic? Why people are called lunatic, People whose mind goes up or low along with the lunar is called lunatic. See, when in Purnima and Amavasya days you can see the ocean will have big waves, especially in Purnima days, because of the moon rays. Of course, there are a lot of scientific explanation. According to our system, they say that the moon creates an energy in which the salt water is aggravated. If you see, your body is filled 80% with salt water. When that salt water is aggravated, this salt water is also aggravated. That is why people who are this half mad and all these people, they feel aggravated in Amavasya and Purnima days. Even very funny way we will say in the house, I think today Amavasya, that's why too much of sound in the house. Today is Purnima, that's why too much of noise in the house. People who are having the problem of depression, they feel the depression in Amavasya and Purnima day. Some way, moon is associated with our mental setup. People whose mind goes up or low along with lunar is called lunatic. In Amavasya days, naturally you will be in the low energy. That's why you are asked to do the rituals, the Shraddha and Darpana and all those things, so that you can create little peace inside your being. You can pull yourself out of the depression. So better to continue these rituals. Don't drop. At least repeat those mantras.
So, I know the Darpana is done by the sons of the house. What if the family doesn't have a...
It's a nice question. Here I have to be a little clear. In my system, I allow women also to do. I'm a little open, and I feel women are qualified to do because they are more emotionally attached. Attachment of the son is more like a professional attachment or a business attachment. But attachment of the daughter is more based on the heart and emotion. I think they should do. They must be allowed to do. At least in our system, I am allowing. I am encouraging. I am encouraging women to do all the rituals. You can do. Yes.
So similar question arises. The Vanaprastha and Sannyasa, is it applicable to both genders?
Vanaprastha and Sannyasa.
Is it also applied to both
Men.
Oh man, yes, sure. Yes, sure. In our system, Maitreyi, Gargi, there are so many women rishis. And the other day I was reading a book. And there is mention about the Sulabha, a great enlightened master who challenged Janaka. Bhishma tells about the story of this lady Sulabha who challenged Janaka Raja. So there are enough of record. We have enough records about the women rishis who took vanaprastha life, sannyas life, who were even lived unmarried life, who have directly taken sannyas from brahmacharya state, who are called Paramahamsas. There are enough records. Women can take vanaprastha life, sannyas life. A woman can take directly sannyas from brahmacharya life. Nowadays, in the modern day, all Hindu missionaries, all the missions are giving sannyas to women. And it is allowed. Even in the Dasnami Sampradaya, in Amnaya Patadi also, there are very clear mantras to give sannyas for women. Set of rituals are available to give sannyas.
Individuals doing pujas in their homes, in the puja homes, as compared to attending pujas in the temples. What is the difference?
It's like you go to hotel and get a beautiful food, 5-star hotel, and eat, and you yourself cook and eat in the house. What's the difference between these two? Of course, when you can't go to the 5-star hotel, you can cook and eat, but once in a while go to the hotel also and taste, enjoy the food. When you go to the temples, you can enjoy elaborate, beautiful way. You can see every inch and understand, and you can enjoy. But when you can't go, at least don't miss the food. Eat something in the house, whatever you can cook, cook and eat. That's all. This is the difference between doing your own and attending the temple rituals. Yes.
What difference does it make when going to the temple and God is supposed to be everywhere?
Please, can you be a little loud?
God is supposed to be everywhere, right? So what difference does it make when you go to the temple or to the prayer?
That's nice. This idea that God is everywhere can become truth only after your realization. See, God is everywhere only when you reach that state. One more thing, I have seen many people coming and telling, Swamiji, I love the whole world. Loving the whole world is very easy. Loving your wife is very difficult. Loving the whole world is very easy. You don't have to do anything. Just make few statements. Oh, I love the whole world. I care for the whole world. You don't have to do anything. First thing, loving your family is a very difficult thing. First create love, then you can love the whole world. Without even creating the idea love, we just say that we love the whole world. That is the way. Without even feeling God in one statue, how can you feel in the whole world? First thing we need to do is feel God, feel divine in one place. Then you can project the same feeling with the whole universe. Ramakrishna says a beautiful example. In cow's body, throughout the body the milk is available. But you can't get the body by catching the ears. You catch the ears and try to do whatever you want, you won't get milk. Try to catch the horn and do whatever you want, what will you get? You won't get the milk. You will be able to get the milk only through one source. Same way, God may be available everywhere, but you will be able to get His energy, you will be able to get His blessing only through temples. First, try to relate through one source. First, establish that relationship. Then you will be able to project the same feeling, same relationship with the whole world. If you don't relate even with one statue, I will be able to relate with the whole world. So please understand, God is everywhere is only concept, ultimate truth. It is not the relative truth. There are two kinds of truths, absolute truth and relative truth. As on now, you can't experience the absolute truth. Start with these simple things, then you will be able to experience the absolute truth. But till you experience the absolute truth, you can't use the absolute truth to escape from your duties. I've seen many people, they use all these big words. just to satisfy their life, or just to satisfy their mind, just to justify what they are doing. We use these big truths, what for? To justify what we are doing. So please understand, start relating first with the temples. Then you will be able to relate the God who is existing everywhere. Yes.
In this world, Swamiji, rituals are done mostly for material prosperity. That's the one good way to start, probably asking God for what you want. But is that
It's a nice thing.
Into spiritual growth? Is that
First thing, Ramakrishna says beautifully, he says, where else you can go even for that? Asking God for material benefit is not wrong. It's okay. But stopping there itself is seriously wrong. Starting your devotion in a Kamya way, Kamya Bhakti, is nothing wrong. But just stopping there itself is something seriously wrong. That's what I always tell people. When you start praying, your religion starts. But when you start giving your gratitude, your spirituality starts. With prayer, your religion starts. With gratitude, your spirituality starts. After some time, you should feel how much He has given you. You should start feeling the gratitude. One more thing, asking is nothing wrong, but forcing is something wrong. See, why do you pray? Because you believe God has got Shakti to give what you want. That's perfectly alright. But sometimes we force, I want this, you have to do. Why do we force? We believe that He has got Shakti to give what we want, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi also to give when He wants. When it should be given. We believe He has got Shakti, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi. That is where the problem starts. When you believe He has got Shakti, you start praying. When you believe He has got Buddhi also, you surrender. The real surrender starts. You reach the peak of devotion. You reach the level of gratitude. So, of course, it is good to start, it's a good way to start as a Kamya Bhakti, but that is not the way to end. That's not the way to, that's not the place to stop.
I have a question. You talked about the journey of the soul after death and the various phases that it goes through. Isn't this the same thing that happens during meditation? Because we hear about the transmigration of souls.
Not only at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas also same thing happens. Even at the time of sannyas, we go through a ritual of complete death. You will be asked to drop your past name, everything related to past. You have to live 3 nights and day without taking food, just like a ghost, to lose your identity. To lose your identity, you will be asked to live in smashana for 3 days without taking any food. You have to only eat through smell, eat through nose. You can smell, that's all. You can't eat. Then after that, you will be given a new name, new form or a new meditation technique, then this Kavivastra, all the next rituals will be done. At the time of death, at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas, all the 3 times you undergo the same, you go through the same path. You undergo the same transformation. In meditation also, practically you die. Meditation is nothing but new birth. You take a new birth, that's what. See, the mother carries you in Bhugarbha teacher carries you in a Hridgarbha. He teaches you all the culture, art, dance or anything. He carries you in the Hridgarbha. Master carries you in the Jnanagarbha and gives you the birth of spiritual realization. So you undergo 3 different ways. First thing Bhugarbha, the next is Hridgarbha, third is Jnanagarbha. So the meditation is Jnanagarbha. You really take new birth. You are no more same old person.
When I was in Bangalore, I learned the Vayusati, and I asked my Acharya
Can you be a little loud? Because the accent.
I learned the Vayusati in Bangalore, and I asked the Acharya if women can learn this as well.
Actually, can you translate?
He learned the Vayusati, Vayu, Hanumanta, Vayusati, that is usually very famous in Martha.
I understand.
And then he asked his guru whether ladies can also say that, and he said no.
No.
Yeah, he said the energies of the women will be unbalanced or something like that. What would be your response to that?
I don't know. I have to. But I don't. One thing I can be sure. Surely the energy of women cannot be imbalanced by a mantra. Surely I don't think it will happen. I don't know for what reason he made this comment. What for he told this? That I don't know. But I can be sure all mantras can be chanted, used by everybody. And you see one thing, mantras comes out of the experience of the rishis. In that experience state, there is no male or female. It's pure consciousness. It comes from consciousness, directly it will work on consciousness. So the body is nowhere related to these mantras. The seed by itself has got its own power. But when it is processed in some agriculture university, it grows very quickly. So when a master gives, it's a process in the agriculture university. It will surely grow. The power is more, that's all. But if you don't have the master also, it's okay. The very mantra can do miracles on your being, on your consciousness.
Vijay, what is the difference between chanting the Gayatri just by itself and doing it with the water, chanting the water?
These are all different kinds of rituals, different ways of repeating. Some people will chant with water, some people will chant with fire, by doing homa, different methods. You can do it in any way, but you need to repeat, that's all. That's the important thing. You need to repeat. Repeat the mantra, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary.
What is the significance of Shaligrama Puja?
There are special stones which hold energy and radiate it for a long time. It's like a batteries. See, whenever you need, when you don't get the electricity, you use a battery in place of electricity. Same way, when you are not able to go to temple, when you are not able to visit the energy centers, you can use these batteries in your house to recharge yourself. They are actually techniques, methods to recharge yourself. They are called healing stones, the Saligrama and this Banalinga. All these things are healing stones. They hold energy and radiate for a long time. I have seen many times, especially these stones which are available in the Omkareshwar. They call it Banalinga. If you have knee pain or headache, back pain, just keep that stone for 2-3 minutes. Just the pain will be taken out. I have experimented with hundreds of cases, not once or twice. I brought a lot of stones from there to our ashram. I used to give it to people. Just keep that stone, that Banalinga, the Omkareshwar stones, the stones which are available in the Omkareshwar river, Narmada river. Just keep that stone on the pain area for 2-3 minutes. Simply the pain is taken out. Even arthritis, So many arthritis have been healed. Of course, I don't know the mystery behind it, but it does. I don't know how to explain, but one thing is sure, it works. That much only I can say, it works. So these stones, somehow they fill and they are filled with energy. Maybe because they are continuously flowing in the river, some reason they are filled with energy. When they are filled with energy, you can use them to heal yourself or to relate with the higher energy. That's the reason we worship Salagrama or all these Banalinga, all these things. From different rivers we get the stones and worship. The other day I was talking to you about the messages from water. Did you hear that? How the water responds to the sacred words. If you understand that experiment, one scientist did a beautiful research. He kept 10 different glasses of water, same type of water, same type of glasses in 10 different rooms. He will go to one room and use beautiful words, nice words, like peace, silence, bliss, all these words. And he will create that type of waves. He will go to the next room and shout terrorism, violence, war, this type of words. He will go to the third room and chant some sloka from Dhammapada. Like this he does. Then he freezes that water and photographs through microscope. There's a beautiful movie released, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie, they beautifully describe the whole scene, the whole research they have described. And he says the amazing findings, he is able to get the amazing results. The water with which he related very positively shows like a diamond pictures. The water with which he related negatively shows like a devil. The water with which he related with Dhammapada, that shows like a Buddhist temple. The pictures like Buddhist temple appears. It's amazing how water can respond to your energy. Understand, an ordinary doctor, 15 minutes, uses some word and water is responding. Thousands of rishis and sannyasis are standing in the Ganga river and continuously repeating so many mantras. What will happen to that river? By now it's a living energy. What will happen to that stones? That is why they get so much charged. Millions of people standing continuously in that river and chanting some mantra, doing some puja, repeating God's name and offering their prayers. Understand, from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar, every day at least 1 million people are standing in the banks of Ganga and repeating these mantras. Then understand how much the river will be energized. What will be the energy of the stones? Ordinary one doctor's 15-minute chanting of one word can change the water so much. Millions of people standing and offering their prayers. What will happen to that river? It will become a living river, energy. That is why you experience that energy in that water, in that stone, and all those things. It can help you to relate with the higher energy. And one more thing, there is British people, when they come from London, the water which they bring in their ship, it will be spoiled. Half the way, by the time they come half the way, it will be spoiled. But when they go back from Calcutta, the water which they take from Calcutta, it will never be spoiled till they reach London. Even after reaching London, it will not be spoiled. Then they started doing research. How can this happen? Then they understood the Ganga water only they carry when they go from Calcutta. The Ganga water has got beautiful quality of purifying itself continuously. It has got quality, it has got a special energy to purify itself continuously. So, with so much of mantra, so much of worship, not only the river, even the stones have started vibrating with this high energy. That's why I say, India is a spiritual incubator. So much of holy vibrations, spiritual vibration, it is a spiritual incubator. See, in the other countries, the whole city is developed, centered on the university will be the center and the whole city will be developed. In India, all cities are developed around temples. Go to Madurai, the temple will be the center and the whole city is developed. In every city in India, cities are developed based on temples. Here cities are developed based on universities. The whole culture is totally different. Our kids receive the fantasies of Markandeya, Prahalada, Dhruva, Kannappa, all these things. These kids receive the fantasies of Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, complete violence. See, Tom and Jerry is complete violence. And especially these video games. I was shocked continuously with rifles, shooting, these video games. What will happen to their heads? What will happen to these kids? Their whole body, whole blood will be filled with violence, violent thoughts. From the young age, we teach our kids the stories of Nayanmars, the stories of Meera, stories of Andal, stories of this Prahalada, stories of this Markandeya. At least God saved me. In my life, that's what happened. When I was 3, my grandfather used to carry me to the Arunachaleshwara temple. He will show me every pillar and tell the stories of the gods. Still I remember vividly, when I heard the Markandeya story, it made such a deep imprint on me that, what can I say? It actually transformed my whole thinking. Of course, that's why we say Punya Bhumi. Yes.
Swami, I've heard that saints are buried and ordinary human beings
Ah.
are cremated. Why?
Yes. Why? Our bodies are filled with memories. One thing, if you are filled with positive memory, you will attract positive energy and radiate it. Almost like a satellite, relay center. If you are filled with negative energy, you will attract and radiate negative energy. Enlightened masters, their body, they say in Tamil, Jnanam Vilenda Bhumi, the land in which the wisdom has grown. So when an enlightenment has happened in their body, when a spiritual energy has happened in their body, it can continuously attract spiritual energies and radiate. That's the reason their bodies are buried. Because we need them. We need that energies. Ordinary people, we just want to get rid of them. We first wanted to get rid of them. So first, finish them. Let's get rid of them. That's the reason we burn them and put the ashes in the Ganga. Let them be liberated from the world. Let the world be liberated from them. It is good for both. Nice. I think it is time to end the session. The Pradosham function is also there. You all have to go and attend. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, the divine energy, to bless us all with understanding of all these great truths in our life and the experience of eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
sorry. Yeah. So, Parameshwari Marjani, sorry. Yeah. So, what is your understanding of the deeper insights of rites and rituals? Anyone have any thoughts? What is your understanding so far? Okay, so let's move on to the power manifestation. We are going to do the advanced power manifestation of consciousness over matter. So you can bring your object of coconut, preferably. If you do not have the coconut, and bring in any round fruit. Okay, so just if you already have the coconut, you can start right away, sit straight. Otherwise, just take few minutes and just bring in your object. Negative thoughts attract negative, negative things. The same positive attract the positive things. Now, please sit straight and keep your object in your hand. If you are not comfortable yet, if you are very comfortable in manifesting from the hand, you can try with two, and also you can command the direction. Which side? You can command the object to move on the right side. You can command the object to move on the left side. You can command the direction. Then now please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. And feel your inner space with Swamiji's form. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, declare the object to move, to roll from wherever it is, from the hand or from the tab. Please start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda
Yes, please go ahead and share your experience. Yes, now let's understand about the sannyas. The blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. What is sannyas? Where are we today? Ever increasing suicide rates, substance and drug abuse at the mere age of 11, generalizing and normalizing mental disorders as a part of life. The world is witnessing violence, murders, wars, and conflicts every second. And these are the details about the substance abuse statistics, all that. And KAILASA's initiatives, the KAILASA's global initiative for the introduction of authentic Hinduism and sannyas to all Hindus to establish a harmonious, healthy, and contributing lifestyle to world peace. KAILASA conducts online and offline initiatives to heal people worldwide, physiologically, psychologically, neurologically, and by initiating over 500,000 spiritual healers through the Nithyananda spiritual healing science and other varied initiatives. Trained sannyasis as Shastradharis, experts in the science of completion, to multiply and reproduce this knowledge into Hindus in the world as means of establishing the world peace and preventing violence-based behaviors. For the betterment of humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands of peacekeepers into sannyas as a virtue of establishing the individual into the O of Ahimsa. The sannyasis are trained as Shastradharis, meaning the knowledge as a weapon. Experts in the science of completion to multiply and reproduce this knowledge into Hindus in the world in collaboration with Sri Kailasa United Nations for revival of ancient civilizations and Sri Kailasa United Nations for consciousness studies and practice as means of establishing world peace and preventing violence-based behaviors. Sannyas is saying no to this societal ignorance and delusion and reclaiming one's original stage for life. The beautiful, powerful space of sannyas is when the body is beyond the need for external input and the mind radiates love, completion, and responsibility for the whole world. Who is a sannyasi? When you take the responsibility for the money of the society, you become a Vaishya. When you take the responsibility for the weapon of the society, you become Kshatriya. When you take the responsibility for knowledge of the society, you become Brahmana. When you take the responsibility for everything, you become a sannyasi. Who is a sannyasi? Living the highest possibility with ease. The highest sincerity in the highest possible simple ways as it is. Sannyas is taking responsibility to enrich all of humanity, and that being your only priority and purpose. Only sannyasis will be able to keep Sanatana Hindu Dharma alive as they dedicate and sacrifice their life to this ideology, to this principle, to the Dharma. On the sacred land of Vedic India have walked countless powerful archeroid beings who carried pure hearts of compassion and gigantic wills to selflessly enrich humanity. They are the sannyasis, the monks, who call the world their home and walk door to door, awakening people to the truth while healing and blessing them. Now we are going to learn about the origin of sannyas and who is a sannyasis and what is sannyas and why sannyas is critical in today's world. Adi Shankara, the great sage from ancient India, beautifully sings in his Nirvana Shatakam that I have neither hatred nor liking. I have neither greed nor delusion. I have indeed neither pride nor jealousy. I have no duty to perform nor any wealth to acquire. I have no craving for pleasure. I am not being bound for liberation. I am the nature of pure consciousness and bliss. I am all auspiciousness. I am Shiva. Such was his beautiful emptiness at that very young age. Adi Shankara traveled across from Indian subcontinent to propagate his philosophy through discourses and debates with other thinkers. He established the importance of monastic life as sanctioned in the Upanishad and Brahma Sutras in a time when the Mimamsa school established strict ritualism and ridiculed monotheism. It is reputed to have founded 4 matas, the monasteries, which helped in the revival of the Enlightenment ecosystem, revival and spreading of Advaita Vedanta, of which he is known as the greatest revivalist. Adi Shankara is also the organizer of the Dashamti monastic order and unified the Shanmata, the 6 subsects of Hinduism tradition of worship. Just one act of Mahant Totapuri Maharaj giving sannyasis to Ramakrishna, see the contribution that happened to humanity. I tell you, sannyasis are never antisocial, they are above social. The amount of contribution they have done to the society is unimaginable. They are the most productive people on planet Earth. My sannyasis will be the most intelligent and productive human beings on planet Earth. Sri Ramakrishna was a great mystic of all times. A simple man, sometimes with childlike enthusiasm. He explained the most complex concepts of spiritual philosophies in the most simplest parables, stories, and anecdotes. He directed that the ultimate goal of every living soul is God realization. To get rid of that, the thought that he belonged to a higher Brahminical caste, he began to eat food cooked by the Shudras or lower caste. He helped bring the reliance of Eastern energetic and realization, the demonic celebration that the human is always between a reality it has not yet attained and a reality to which it is no longer limited. He was given a name that is from the Vaishnavite tradition. Sri Vivekananda was an Indian Hindu monk, a chief disciple of 19th century Indian mystic Ramakrishna. He was a key figure in the introduction of the Indian philosophies of Vedanta and yoga to the Western world, and is credited with the raising interfaith awareness, bringing Hinduism to the status of major world religion during the late 19th century. He was a major force in the revival of Hinduism in India and contributed to the concept of nationalism in colonial India. Vivekananda founded the Ramakrishna Math and the Ramakrishna Mission. He is perhaps best known for his speech, which began with the words, Sisters and Brothers of America, in which he introduced Hinduism in the Parliament of the World's Religion in Chicago, 1893. Nagasadhus are the first batch of Apat sannyas who took sannyas to save Hinduism. In 1664, Aurangzeb and his powers had come to loot Lashing Vishwanath temple and more temples in the local. His army first killed 1,000 Brahmins and burned their bodies with their Yajnopavita, and not just killing the person, but killing their spiritual sentiments also. Around 40,000 Nagasadhus relinquished their lives, took sannyas as Shastra weapon, shielding Kashi Vishwanath temple. An individual soul happens on this planet Earth to achieve completion, to achieve enlightenment. Thousands of social interruptions happen. Thousands of psychological exploitations happen. Even if you are asked to be compassionate without the compassion happening in you, without the technique to make the compassion happen in you, it is exploitation. After you are given the technique to be in the space of completion, after that also, if you are not, then it is you destroying you. But if you have not been given the signs and if it is demanded, it is exploitation. In many ways, society exploits you. It doesn't give you the methodology. It doesn't give you the technology. It doesn't allow you to expand systematically. It just forcefully stretches you like physiotherapy. Even physiotherapy as a system, it does not, it does step by step. It is like a crude physiotherapy. Every psychological problem, every psychosomatic disorder human beings are suffering is nothing but ignorance of the society exploiting them where nobody held responsible. Whether it is money or media or any political system, it is just the ignorance of the society imposed on you. A man who stands up courageously and declares, I am not going to be exploited by any of this, is a sannyasi.
They are negating Parabrahma. Once it is that done, that's all. The approval of Parabrahma.
Yes. This sacred sentiment is one of the important good things of the tight community. Important lubrication needed to be added for the tight community, the close-knit community, to function in a loving and caring way for all good things to be kept alive. The one and only way is we need millions of sannyas is sannyasis, brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, rishis and marishis, equivalent to the number of IT engineers. Let them outsource their IT job to India. We will outsource the sannyas job to the Western countries. Taking sannyas life should become a career like IT. Only 10 Indian youth are going to be saved. It is a career, not just some dropouts run away and become sannyas. Some Swami. We need equivalent number of people who live and radiate sacred sentiments to the number of IT engineers. Otherwise, the future of India is going to face the worst disorder. In Hinduism, non-violence in its totality can be experienced through the path of sannyas. Sannyas is woven through the thread of satya, truth, aparigraha, that is living with the minimal things, and asteya, non-stealing, and brahmacharya, celibacy, ahimsa, non-violence, and four tattvas of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. The sovereign order of Kailasa represents the collective consciousness of inner peace, non-violence, fulfillment, and bliss. It is time we have this done. It's time to wake up. Let's live and enrich ourselves with Paramashivoham, enrich everyone to enrich with this. We need lakhs of sadhus to serve humanity, to take the responsibility of society to, to continuously teach, and teach. Teaching the great truths, teaching the life, and teaching everything possible. Now, write down all the thought current that you carry about sannyas as a lifestyle. Bring ferociousness in you to complete all your incompletion. Pen them down quickly, a few minutes. Please pen them down, all the thought current that you carry about sannyas as lifestyle, and bring ferociousness in you to complete all your incompletion. Please quickly pen down. Sannyas is going to be the only solution for the future, because it is the only thing that teaches you to be established in yourself and yet learn to act in the outer world in a playful, joyful, ecstatic way. Sannyas allows you to play any number of roles without identifying with any of them. It keeps you in continuous excitement and ecstasy all the time. It makes you experience the very essence of taking birth on planet Earth. Sannyas is about seeing the wonderful coexistence of everything in existence. Sannyas is the existing in relationship like a water drop on the lotus leaf. If you see the lotus leaf, the water droplet will be on the leaf, but will be untouched by it. Sannyas is living in relationships while being untouched by them. A common misconception is that sannyas is renouncing relationship. No, sannyasing is enriching relationships. So if you would like to take sannyas, please do let me know, post your comment. You can send a message to me. Any questions, please do let me know. Yes, Mahavirupaksha. Doing this. So beautiful, Ashtama. I love this. Maha Sadashiva, my daughter and me. Wonderful. And Jenny also. Yes. So Maha Sadashiva, you're already in touch with someone, right? You're already been given directions, right? Any questions, please do let me know. Yes. All right. So now we are going to learn about worship through idols. Why we are having so many idols? Why deities? We have learned about rites and rituals, but why through the idols? Why idol worship? Worship through the idols. So let's learn more powerful cognitions from Swamiji, the worship through the idols. This is such an important knowledge. Sri Paramananda says, all my gratitude for those who take sannyasa. Thank you. So now let's listen. Worship through idols.
In one of your discourses, you said, we don't worship idols, we worship through idols. But suddenly, day before yesterday's discourse, the first day Shiva Sutra, you said, deity is God, deity does not represent God. Is it not contradicting? Seemingly contradicting. Understand? Seemingly contradicting. Understand the first statement? We don't worship the idol, we worship through the idol. Second statement, deity does not represent God, deity is God. Worship through idol happens only when you feel deity is God. Not when you feel deity represents God. When you think deity represents God, even then there is a gap between you and the divine. You have some idea. Only half of your energy will pay attention and devotion to this object which is in front of you. See, basically, you cannot conceive the idea of God or divine as long as your mind is functioning in the physical frequency. As long as the body and mind is functioning in the physical frequency, naturally you cannot conceive, you cannot understand something which is beyond your frequency. In the dream state, you cannot conceive a life or consciousness in the waking state exists. You cannot remember, you cannot understand anything about waking state in the dream state. Whatever idea you may have about your waking state, in the dream state is only idea, not the reality. Not the reality. In the same way, in the waking state, you cannot have any idea about the superconscious state, about the divine. So naturally, you need to have something which you can connect or relate. When you really disappear into that, only then you experience the higher conscious state. It's like a strong nightmare, how it wakes you up, how it brings you out of the dreaming state. See, your whole inner space, when you are dreaming, your whole inner space should be shaken by any one object. Only then you will come out of the dream. For example, you are dreaming as if a lion is chasing you or an elephant is chasing you. And the dream itself, you have an idea. I think in the form of elephant, my own desires or fear is chasing me. You won't get up. Surely, you will not wake up. Only if you are sure, yes, elephant is chasing me, lion is chasing me, you will wake up. You will be awakened. You will come to the higher state, to the waking state. Same way, during the worship, only if you feel deity is God, not, oh, I know about God, that energy is represented by this deity. No. Then again, your ego, what you know about God, only you are worshipping, not the God itself. Worship means where you need to lose your ideas. You need to lose your ideas about the divine. Only then the divine will start expressing itself. That is why deity is God. Do not think deity represents God. Only when you understand deity is God, worship through the idol happens. Till then, you will be doing only idol worship. There was a beautiful statue of elephant carved in teak wood. When you see the elephant, the idea of wood disappears. When you see the wooden statue, the idea of elephant disappears. When you see externally, the world hides the God. When you see internally, God hides the world. Very beautiful description. Understand, you can never have an idea, wooden statue and elephant at the same moment. Fortunately, you can have only one thought at a time. You are blessed. One thought at a time. That is why liberation is possible. That is why liberation is possible. Actually, as you think, you do not have a huge army of enemies in front of you. You have only one enemy at any point. At any point, at any time, you have only one enemy. You do not have army of enemies in front of you. We don't understand that. Either this moment you will see that as an elephant or wooden statue. The next moment you may see in the other way, but not both ideas in the same moment. Same way, either you see the world or the God. When you see the whole thing as divine, suddenly the world disappears. All the 5 elements as hidden, it has covered the divine. When you have the intense vision to look deeply, all the 5 elements disappears into the divine. If you see the deity, you cannot see the statue. If you see God, you can't see statue. If you see statue, you cannot see God. You can see only any one thing. Only when you see the deity as God, you will lose yourself. Worship through the idol will start happening. Worship through the idol will start happening when you lose yourself into the deity. When you know for sure the deity is alive. I was traveling in a small village. One elderly lady, she invited me, Baba, come and stay in my house. It was a small hut. She was having one cow and a small patch of land in front of her hut. She'll grow something for her to eat, some greens and whatever little bit things needed for cooking. And this cow milk she will go and sell in the market. And with that she'll bring some food and offer it to Krishna, and she will also eat. She had a small Krishna. She's a great Krishna devotee. Had a small Krishna deity, and she'll offer to Krishna and eat. This is a simple life. I can say her whole total property value will be less than $1,000. Her per day income may be maximum $2. $2 is per day income, and whole wealth, worth of the wealth is $1,000. That's all is her life. But living very quiet, contented life. I stayed with her maybe a week. 1 week I stayed with her. Every night she will bring the food and keep it in front of that Krishna, and she will start talking. That is one thing. And I can neither contain my laughter, nor I can laugh because I will hurt her, and she is giving after all food for me. I have to be a little polite. What to do? But she will sit and she will talk as if she is talking to somebody. She will sit casually and have a small fan. The hand fan, she will fan that Krishna deity, and she will tell, all right, please eat. She will be going on talking, maybe for half an hour or 1 hour. Then she will eat that food and lie down. Give me also little food. And after 1 week I said, all right, Ma, I am leaving. I am continuing my journey. She started crying. No, why do you want to go? I will not ask you to work and all. Stay here. I'll give you food. And why do you want to go? All those usual things. I said, no, I am a sadhu. I have to continue my journey. Sadhus are not supposed to stay more than 3 days or 4 days in any place, traditionally. Because till the enlightenment, they should not stay, because the attachment may start growing and their continuous sadhana may stop. They may not start doing their spiritual practices. So till enlightenment happens, they cannot settle down in one place. I said, no, I'll continue. I have to go and have darshan of Somanath and continue my spiritual journey. She ran to the Krishna and she started telling, oh, tell him not to go. I'm so happy that he was here. You only should tell him that not to go. And she started speaking. Then within few seconds, the very funny thing, she stopped talking and wiped her tears and said, oh, you are telling he has to go. He's a sadhu, he has to go. Okay. If you are telling the okay, then I'll not worry. I'll not cry. She consoled herself as if Krishna is talking back. This is too much. All these days, she was talking to Krishna, okay, I can put up with that. Anyhow, devotee, she has some love for it. Anyhow, she is doing whatever she wants. And after all, she is giving me food, I have to keep quiet. And it's okay. And Krishna talking back, or she acting as if Krishna talking back is too much. To tell you honestly, I did not have respect for deity worship or the puja or all this ritualistic worship before enlightenment. There was a period I had the respect, very young age, when I was too innocent, like till the age of 10. After the age of 10 only, I started studying this Vedanta. Having the knowledge of Vedanta without the experience of Vedanta is the worst thing can happen to human being. No, really, I'm telling you. Knowledge of Vedanta, but without the experience of Vedanta. Because it gives you almost a pseudo feeling you have everything, you know everything, you are the greatest person in the world. And practically, you will not have any respect for anybody, not only to traditions, anybody. You will be such an idiot. You will not know that. That is the problem. If you know you are an idiot, at least you can save your face. You will not know, but everybody will know. That's the worst thing can happen to human beings. Anyhow, I was in that mood. I had the knowledge, but not the experience. Experience has not happened. But the knowledge was there. So naturally, the Vedantic knowledge without experience adds so much of arrogance and intellect to you. I can say your whole inner space kind of gets corrupted. If you are feeling hurt, sorry, but I am telling you exact truth. I have seen hundreds of monasteries where people sit and study this Vedanta for 20 years. I really feel sorry for them. If they can spend the time in sadhana, it will be so much fruitful. Actually, half an hour studying and 10 hours digesting that, means doing contemplation or sadhana, will be the perfect, the balancing. That will be the perfect thing. But in some monasteries, studying is very juicy, understand? You know more and more words. You can play with more and more words and you can show to others. And it brings respect. That's another one problem. Having the knowledge without having the experience is the worst state. You will not respect anybody. You will not respect anything. You will be so dry within you and without the inside and outside. I have seen in my experience how to find out whether somebody is a strong Vedanti, he will have stomach problem. Really. See, logic is like having teeth in the stomach. You will literally eat you. Having teeth inside the stomach. Constantly you will be chewing yourself. You will carry constant irritation. Compassion or love is like a lubricating you. Intellect, just intellect, is like a continuously turning your nerves and creating more and more stress, you will have stomach problem. Giving your love, even a hug, or just looking at something with a love, is like sending with a high force lubrication into your nervous system. It just heals. Even for a few seconds, look at any one of those deities. We have so many deities. You may feel connected or you may have love for any one deity based on your family bringing up, or based on the maybe some books you read, or some your prayers got fulfilled. Just sit there for 2-3 minutes. Look at the deity with a very deep love. You will see your whole system will be lubricated. It's as if like a amrita. The nectar is spreading through your whole system. Sit and read some dry books, strong intellectual book. It is like as if your nerves are being turned or churned, or the stress getting created inside your nerves. I was a kind of such a sharp intellect, logic, never had respect. Till the age of, from the age of 10 to till enlightenment, I did not have respect for all these things where heart needs to be used. Because all my energy and time was spent in intellect, the knowledge. Did not give so much respect for the necessity of developing the heart. Anyhow, when I heard that she talking back about me going, the Krishna says, no, it's okay, don't bother. She's telling, oh, it's okay, oh, you are telling that he should go, I should be consoling myself, all right. That was little too much. I went near her and said, I told, Mataji, you are praying to Krishna, that is okay. But what you are talking as if he is talking back to you, this all illusion, you should come out of it. So I told, these are all illusion, you should come out of it. You should eat healthy food and stay healthy to come out of all this. And she was so innocent. She said, no, Baba, I'm not lying. Don't you see he's sitting? And she just held my hand. I promise, I saw Krishna there. He was sitting there. Just a simple child. I tell you, with what intensity you see me now, I promise, at least deeper intensity than that, I have seen Krishna there. He was there. Just small baby, as he was described in Bhagavata, with a small flute in the hand and putting his hand like this on the face, very innocently, with a peacock feather, all the uncleaned hair and very dirty mouth, all that food was there on the mouth and unwiped, and just that small little baby, he was there. The shock was from the very root center. Understand? The shock was from the very Muladhara chakra, from the root my being was shaken. It is, you can understand, even if I had the small doubt she is a saintly lady, I wouldn't have went and told her, you should come out of all this illusion and you should stop doing all this foolishness, you should be very healthy. I would have never told that. Such a simple, unassuming, no external expressions of any saint or a divine being in her. A simple lady, village lady, maybe 70 or 80. Just by touch, she can give initiation. Understand, this is initiation. This is not just, she was able to transmit that experience into my system. It is not that when she held her hand, I was convinced Krishna is there. No, I saw clearly he was there. The shaking or shock was so much, just fell at her feet. I can remember very clearly, after falling at the feet of the Kuppammal, my first inspiration and great teacher, after falling at her feet, with that same reverence and respect, second person whom I fell at the feet means only this lady only received my respect and reverence equivalent to the Kuppammal. I just fell at her feet and said, never ever call me as Baba, you are my Mata. Because as long as she was holding my hand, Krishna was there, I saw. The moment she took her hand out, it disappeared. I was again same old intellectual. It was a very deep, strong experience. The same respect which I had for my own teacher started having. After that, I never ever had doubt or disrespect about this Murti Puja or this worshipping the deity. Even if I go to somebody's house, I'll go to the puja room first and do the namaskar. Sometimes my own photo also will be there. Even then, I'll not bother. First thing I'll do, show the camphor and do namaskar. You do not know in whose house who is staying, in whose house who is residing. You do not know. Never take deities for granted. We take deities for granted because it is available for sale. Never ever take deities for granted. When I fell at her feet, she was not able to understand. She said, Baba, what are you doing? Actually, she stopped me and falling at her feet, and she was so respectful. Afterwards, I had a small little chat with her before leaving. She was so innocent, she was thinking, even if she is living with Krishna, then such a small person like her can have darshan of divine and living with Krishna. She was thinking that all sadhus would have had vision and darshan and they are living divine life. I said, that shows your innocence. I know how many people are meditating for years to have the glimpse of the Lord. And here is a lady, she is living with him from morning till night. I have seen. She will lock that small hut and go for that, selling the milk. There is nothing inside the hut to steal. Even if some thief comes, they will drop something out of love and the compassion and drop something inside and go back. There is nothing except 2-3 bricks for head and 2-3 gunny bag for lying down. But she will lock that room carefully and go. And I'll ask her, why are you locking? No. If some dog comes and hurts Krishna, what to do? If Krishna, slowly if he goes out and he gets hurt in the road, what to do? Such a deep feeling connected. I can see in her eyes how she sees the Krishna, how she looks at the Krishna, how the very vision is so beautiful, so clean. I never miss a chance to tell this story. Unfortunately, I tried my best, I was never able to get her photograph. After Enlightenment, after the organization was created, I personally, specially sent people, tried to trace. We were able to locate that place, but she passed away. She was no more, and we were never able to get her photograph. I wanted to get her photograph and put in all our temples as the ideal of Murti Puja. Person who lived with God through the deity worship. I wanted all our temples to have our photograph so that people will remember how an innocent village lady lived such a divine life of living with God. Anyhow, at least we can remember her and offer our respects.
Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Offer your gratitude to the lotus feet of Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Pratyaksha Pada Puja is a rare opportunity in a lifetime to express your surrender and gratitude directly at the feet of the Master, daily at 7 a.m. Indian Standard Time. You can register for e-Pada Puja online and you can receive individual darshan and blessings after the puja. You can send your blessings request at ntv.nithyananda.org or call 91-97422-03311. Make the best use of this rare opportunity to be in the space of the living enlightened Master.
Anything great worth mentioning happens to you only when you open up. Opening up even to a small statue or an idol can make so much in you. Understand? To whom you open up is not a big thing. To whom you open up is not a real thing. Don't bother. To whom you open up. If you open up, even a statue can liberate you, give you enlightenment. The life of Ramakrishna, great enlightened master, he became enlightened just by opening himself to a Devi Murti, a statue of a Devi, goddess. It's just a statue. He opened himself. I should tell a beautiful incident in Ramakrishna's life, how the power of opening up makes that statue alive. Vedic tradition is always blamed by the so-called logic people that they are idol worshippers, they are worshipping idols. I tell you, no. Vedic tradition does not have idol worship. We don't worship idols, we worship through idols. Understand, there is a big difference between worshipping idol and worshipping through the idol. We don't stand in front of idol and ask, oh stone, give me boon. Oh metal, give me enlightenment. No. Oh Shiva, give me enlightenment. Oh Krishna, give me jnana. We worship through the idol. When you open up, when you really relate, you will realize the power of the idol which is in front of you. Anything can act as a medium to the existence, to the universe. What happens inside you when the master touches it? The same thing will happen when you touch the energized deity. That is the power of energized deities. Once the life is added to them, they become independent intelligence. They do the same work of master's body. Whatever is said and done, if you have seen that hall, before putting the Garbha on the deities and after putting the Garbha on deities, you will understand the difference, the energy difference. When a master touches you, or when you enter into an energy field, intense energy fields like a Tirumala or the Arunachaleshwara temple or Madurai Devi temple, or there are so many other temples, intense energy fields, Vishwanatha and Badrinath, Kedar, this kind of a strong energy fields, if you enter there also you will have the shock. You will see the lightning starts happening inside the system. Whether you are touched by the master or you are touching the master's body or you touch an energized idol, the idol or deity installed by an enlightened being, or you enter into a strong energy field. This experience, what Shiva says, can be experienced. Suddenly you will see the lightning happening in your spine. Whenever that happens, close your eyes and rest with it. If it happens in a temple, stop doing all other rituals. Just sit. Go to a corner, just sit and digest that. Let it happen. Be aware. Be sensitive to it. Allow that to work. Cooperate with it. You will see. You will receive 1,000 times more than what you will receive by prayer. Prayer is like you are trying to connect. This experience is like he is trying to connect. Whenever he calls you, it goes to voicemail. And whenever you call, you blame he is not picking up. He is not picking up, true, but when he calls you back, it again goes to voicemail. That is why never the dialogue happens. Understand? This experience is like he calling you. Allow. Don't be engaged. Don't be engaged in something else. Just go to one corner, sit with closed eyes, forget about the pandas, priests, pujaris, worship, these, that. Whatever is going on, sit in one corner, internalize. Which chakra you had that shock or lightning? Just, or if you had the whole, all over the body, then internalize, sit with it. Let you encourage, cooperate with it. Let that penetrate you deeper and deeper. You will see the process which is supposed to happen will start happening. Dear Swamiji, lot of people you have talked to us about, they had a strong background on worshipping through the idol. For instance, the farmers of Indian villages, these blessed villages have family god, which seems to be a family tradition. Do we need some training or some background information to learn how to do worshipping through the idols properly? Understand, I don't think you need an information or ideas about idol worship. I feel we need respect for everything exists. This civilization is built on strength. Constantly you are taught the idea that you have to be self-centered, respect only you. But the civilizations which lived with nature, which existed for thousands of years, they all continuously respect whatever exists. To have the connection, to feel connected to the idol worship, to feel connected to the deity worship, you need to have respect for whatever exists. Means you need to live in the heart. You need to live in the space of compassion. You cannot be constantly living in the space of head. Everything exists is living energy. Only different degree of life. Even Himalayas are growing. Even hills are living energy. Understand? Different frequency of life, but whatever exists is life, is energy. When you start respecting, when you start living with that respect, whatever exists is energy, suddenly you will see the whole nature reciprocates. The whole nature lives with you. In India, the tradition of wandering, so many people will walk by foot length and breadth of country, visiting all the temples and pilgrim centers. I used to wonder how they are able to do, especially going through the forest and all that. I saw after a few weeks or months, they feel connected to the nature. So nature completely cooperates with them. Whether it is rain or shining or Whatever, animals or tree, everything takes care of them. Even though logically it is difficult to understand, once you start living with little respect, you will see so many ways nature respects you. Nature reciprocates that love. To do the idol worship, I don't think you need some information or knowledge. You need this feeling connection, respect for whatever exists. If you close your eyes and meditate with yourself, it is meditation. If you do that same thing with open eyes, with a deity, it is a worship. In both, process is same. It is like offering different varieties of meditations, different varieties of experiences, different intensities, that's all. Whatever is said and done, you are in the physical plane. The things related to physical plane will have a direct impression over your system, direct influence over your system. So, for a beginners or for the normal person who wants to experience the truth, the worshipping through the idol just does amazing transformation. This person is asking, can person enlighten only with idol worship? Oh, just with idol worship. I can say, you can become enlightened just with idol worship, but you must be able to develop that depth just through the idol, which usually does not happen. After a certain level, when the depth has become very deep, automatically the person moves to the higher levels or the deeper levels. So, if you are really kind of a person to the depth of Ramakrishna, then of course Ramakrishna did not have anything else except that Kali idol. And finally Kali herself guided him to have the initiation from Totaburi. That's a very funny incident. Totaburi comes, he's a great enlightened master, Avaduta, Paramahamsa, no cloth, complete naked sannyasi, who lives with the nature. He comes to Dakshineswar and sees Ramakrishna and says, I feel you are an intense seeker. I want to initiate you. Ramakrishna says, wait for a moment, I'll go and ask my mother and come back. Totaburi thought maybe he is staying with his mother and he wants his mother's permission before the initiation. Ramakrishna runs to Devi temple and asks Devi, stands in front of the Kali Murti for 2 minutes and comes back and says, yes, my mother told, you have come here just to initiate me. Totaburi was shocked. He said, what are you saying? You said you will talk to your mother and come back, but I saw you went into temple and stood in front of Devi Murti and came back. This guy said, yes, she's my mother. I asked her just now and she told me you can initiate me. Totaburi was shocked. And during the initiation, Totaburi said that bring your mind to the ultimate consciousness with no form. Centralize your mind on the formless consciousness. He gave some technique, actually initiated him into a very powerful sannyas technique, the sannyas initiation. But Ramakrishna says, no, I am not able to bring myself to that emptiness because the moment I close my eyes, the Kali is there in front of me. Then Totaburi says, then go and talk to your mother again. And the very interesting thing, he goes to mother and asks Kali, what is this? He is telling me to bring my inner space to the silence and to the pure consciousness which is beyond form. But whenever I close my eyes, I see only you. Then Kali says, go and follow his advice. That is the right thing you have to do. That is the right thing you have to do. And the story says, she gives her own sword, the sword which she always carries, and says, cut my form, kill me. Understand, if you have that depth with an idol, then you don't need anything. Usually, when you have that depth with the idol, she herself will guide and take care that you become enlightened. That story says, she herself guided him, gave the sword to cut him, cut her herself, and Ramakrishna, when he again brought himself back to the pure consciousness beyond form, he saw the form of the Kali and used that sword mentally and cut the form. And the story says he became enlightened. Understand? If you have that depth, then naturally the deity herself, will guide to you to the higher levels.
Nitya Kriya, restoring Hatha Yoga to the world. A series of healing yogic processes revealed by Paramahamsa Nithyananda to care and cure for diseases and disorders. Practice Nitya Kriya and awaken your Kundalini energy. To find out more, visit www.nithyananda.org/nitya-kriyas.
During my wandering, I was resting in the noon time under a tree, putting my head on a small stone, which had turmeric, all that little puja was done on that, but I did not expect it is worshipped by somebody as God. I put my head on this stone, I should not say stone, deity for somebody. Once it is deity for somebody, it should be deity for everybody. But foolish, unfortunate civilizations do the other way. Once if somebody is accused for somebody, he is accused for the whole world. That should not be the case. If he is deity for somebody, deity for everybody. And if he is accused for somebody, he is accused only for that person. And we do completely opposite. So, I put my head by mistake, without knowing, the deity on deity. Usually when there is a turmeric powder smeared, snakes will not come there. That is why in the snake holes, before worshipping they will put the turmeric powder. Snakes won't come. So I thought maybe that is the area where the snakes are too much, so somebody, before resting, they have put turmeric powder. They rested. So I put my head. Maybe in 1 hour, some villager from 2-3 kilometers apart, away, he was running towards me, shouting. When he came near me, he just said, "Because you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Otherwise, I would have broken your head. How dare you put your head on my Shiva?" So he had a telepathy connection with the deity. He was sleeping in the house. Noon usually villages rest. So this guy was sleeping in his house and he ran and came. And he said, "I saw in my dream somebody is disrespecting my deity, my Shiva. So anyhow, you are a sadhu, I am leaving you. Don't do this anymore." I really felt bad that I abused somebody's deity. So I apologized to him, but I was so happy that somebody could have a telepathy connection just with a stone. When you worship as a deity, he is so strong with his feeling connection, he was able to just connect with the deity, just with the trust. So I apologized, then I moved. There was a small temple in that village. I stayed in that village, in the temple. And I was talking about this incident to few people. some foreigner came to that village like as a tourist. His guide, who can speak little English and little Hindi, English or Hindi, that guy was taking around that foreigner and he wanted to show that foreigner some Indian sadhu. So he brought that foreigner to me and he was telling him about Indian sadhus, few things. Then I also tried. Those days I can't speak fluent English. I can manage, but not fluently. Neither Hindi nor English, but somehow I managed my wandering. But broken Hindi words are enough. For sadhu, you don't need to speak much. Now in North India, they'll give you food and they'll take care of you, and great people. It's a very beautiful civilization. In the north, so much of respect and love for the sadhus and for the tradition. So I was explaining that like this happened. I put my head on the deity and that guy came running. He had a telepathy experience with the deity, that he felt like he should protect it, that somebody is abusing it. Then he came running. I apologized. I told the whole story. This foreigner was really, he got the curiosity. Wow. He wants to meet that villager. So anyhow, this local guide said, I'll get that villager, don't worry, because I described how that villager looks. Then this guide took that Westerner to that villager. I also wanted to see the fun. I went there. I also went. And during the conversation, that Westerner, he asked that villager what happened and all that, and that villager described, like this, I had a vision that my Shiva is being abused by somebody. I ran and I saw this sadhu was putting his head on that Shiva and I drove him out. He described all the story, and then that foreigner asked, that Westerner asked, how did you feel this? How can this happen? He said, no, I feel it is Shiva for me, and so through this deity, Shiva responds to me. That foreigner, I don't know whether he wants to test that villager or really offered. He said, if I give money, will you give this? I'll give you $5,000. Means now 2.5 lakh. I don't know at that time what value. At least few lakh. Few lakh is not a small money. The villager, maybe his whole property will be only that much worthy. Whatever property he has, his house or little land, whatever he has, the whole thing will be only that $5,000 worth. And I thought really that villager is going to jump on that foreigner and finish him off. Shout at him or abuse him or drive him out, saying, how dare you bargain, give money, fix a price for my God, for my Shiva. I thought there is going to be big ruckus, chaos, big scene. I was just keeping quiet. I was really surprised. That villager very simply said, please take it. He gave it away. He said, please take it. Give the money and take the deity. And that Westerner really wanted to carry that as a souvenir. So he gave the money and took it. I think he gave in Indian rupee and took it. That guide, he also made little commission in the fixing the bargain. Everything was done. I was really shocked. Then after that, Westerner went away. I caught hold of the guide and caught that farmer, that villager, and asked, how dare you sell your God? He was very cool. And I tell you honestly, he had a telepathy experience with the deity. It was not lie. It's a truth. He was very cool. And he told me very cool way, Swamiji, I did not sell my God. I just sold a stone which I thought as worshipped as God. I'll put another stone. And not only that, with this money, I'll build a temple for that stone. See, and he was very clear, I'll put another stone and do prana pratishtha. And that will become God. Now I did two things. One, satisfied a Westerner and inspiring him in the tradition. You see, he will carry this. It will be a God for him. So in a way, I am responsible for spreading Vedic tradition to one person. True. See, he said, naturally he is going to carry it and worship. And I know the science of doing prana pratishtha. I'll put another stone and worship it as a god. And this new stone is going to do the same work for me which the old stone was doing. So I have the ability to do prana pratishtha. I was really shocked, understand? See, especially when you have some extraordinary experience with a stone, it is not an easy joke to retain the clarity. I put energy into it. Even though it speaks to me, it is my own trust. It is my ability to do prana pratishtha. This is what I call, even if you have the Daiva Bhakti, you should ultimately know the truth. It is Atma Bhakti. Your own Atman, you are seeing it as God outside. So the Deva Bhakti should lead you to the depth of Atma Bhakti. I was shocked, a villager can have so much of clarity. And that guy really did not spend that money on himself. And he put another one small deity as Shiva and built a small temple. Not big, but small temple he built with that money. Still the temple is there. The idol should be used as a representation of the God. Then after some time, the very idol itself will radiate the divinity. You will feel the very deity is God. There is no God represented by that idol. The idol itself will become God. That is the ripe devotion, intense devotion. This is the basic sutra. Naturally, your way of worship, everything will change as you evolve. In the initial level, it will be very decent, formal worship because you think that this idol represents God. And slowly you will see it becomes very intimate, not formal, very intimate. And that's what Ramakrishna says. Puja should ripe into seva. In normal puja, first, once you cook, the fresh food will be put in front of the deity, in front of the God, and you will offer it to the God through the idol and eat. Once it ripes and really becomes intimate, when Ramakrishna used to do puja, he will first taste it and see whether it is nice or not, is it good food or not, hot or not. Then he will put it in front of the God. Means the relationship has become matured and the intimacy has grown. The devotion, the connection has happened. So if you evolve in your devotion, the connection also, the way in which you do worship, that also will evolve. For example, if you see in our temple, after 10 o'clock, all the deities will be put to bed. You will see small deities will be there in front of each God. In front of Vishnu there will be small Vishnu. In front of Shiva there will be small Shiva Meru representing Shiva energy. They will all be put to bed. You may ask how God can sleep. If he sleeps, what will happen to us? He is Kutakesha, means he has conquered sleep. No sleep for him. How can God be put to sleep? If logically, if you see, we will end up in this question and confusion. That devotion, that relationship is not logically analyzing, feeling, thinking that idol represents God and all. The intimacy has grown. So it is no more puja, it is seva. The Advaita will not be useful anymore. A deep relationship, personal connection will start happening. That is a deeper level experience. So, I can't say something is lower and something is higher. Puja is also beautiful as long as it is useful. Seva is wonderful when that is the way your heart feels connected. It's like a different steps. Different steps. For a logical mind, seva will not be able to, they will not be able to feel connected to seva. Once one great enlightened lady, her name is Avvaya, she lived in Tamil Nadu. Once she was sitting and stretching her leg towards the deity in the temple, towards Shiva in the temple. The priest came and asked her, told her, move your legs, you are turning towards Shiva, just turn it other side. She is a very old lady, enlightened lady. She said, I am too tired, why don't you yourself put my leg where the God is not there? And the story says, this priest with all the anger, he just pushed her leg with a stick towards the other direction, and the Shivalinga turned towards that direction. And he pushed the leg the other direction. Again, Shivalinga turned towards that direction. See, because she was in that consciousness, all you need is authenticity with your heart, that's all. The story which I was telling, I took a brick and put it on my head, under my head, and farmer running, he came running. That is also truth. And this story, again the Avaya story, the priest moving the leg, her leg, and Shivalinga turning towards that direction. This is also true. Both are true because we were completely authentically connected with our emotion. It was clear. At this bhava, at this attitude, that was the truth. At this attitude, the Avaya was in a complete realization. She was completely connected, filled with Advaitic Anubhuti. Advaita Anubhuti, we call it as constantly radiating the experience of the ultimate. There is a beautiful, still the temple is there. It's called Uttama Solapuram, near Salem. There is a Shiva temple. You will see every direction God will be there. Because he turned for the sake of Avaya every direction, you will see every direction, the deity will be put, the Shivalinga will be there. Anyhow, so she was in that state authentically. So naturally, the deity responded to that state. So all you need to do is, in which state you are now, be authentic in that. If you are feeling now, worshipping, doing a formal puja, do that. If you are really feeling so intimately connected, then have a deity in the home and do whatever you feel like. There is no rule for you. There is no bhava for you. You are beyond visualization or rules or regulation. It's like a living with the divine. It's like seva.
Sacred Art Store, Nithyananda's Sacred Art Store, a storehouse of spiritual products from Vedic culture. Find all your needs for yogic body, Vedic mind, and N living. A one-stop shop for spiritual products and gifts. www.sacredartsstore.com or email us sales@ngalleria.com.
When you deeply feel connected to a master, when you deeply feel connected to a deity, to a god, to a statue, what happens in you, how it leads you towards enlightenment, is beautifully described in this sutra. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, if I have fallen in love with a girl or a man, can this technique help me? It will. Because whenever you are in love with somebody, the other person will look like a God. He will be God for you. Understand? I always tell people come and ask me, Swamiji, I feel you are God. I tell them, this mood or experience will be there as long as you feel connected or you are in love. As long as you are feeling connected or you are in love. When you are in love with somebody, not only with me, with a master, with anybody, when you are in love, the other person will appear like a God. He will be fulfillment of your being. God means what? Your fulfillment. Your fulfillment is what we call God. What you feel as your fulfillment is your God, Ishta Devata. That is your chosen ideal. When you are in love with the master, he appears as God. He will be God. I always tell people, when you are in love with me, not only I will appear as God, you will see all miracles which God will do will be happening through me. But when that love or feeling connected goes away, when you don't have that, you will not see any miracle through me. Even if you see, you will take it for granted. It is feeling deeply connected or love that gives you the experience, glimpse of God through other, and it just gives you inside you. It's a big science. First, you fall in love with that object or a person. One difficulty is, if you fall in love with that object or a person, first you need to concentrate, feel him, and leave everything else. Then feel his absence also. When you want to feel his absence, he may not agree or cooperate. With a master, he will agree and cooperate to feel his absence, and he will put the whole energy and whole devotion on yourself. He will not bind you. That is the greatness of master. That is the greatness of falling in love with the master. See, when you fall in love with an ordinary object or an ordinary person, also this technique can help you. But one thing, when you want to move away from his presence, he will feel dissatisfied. He will not encourage it. He wants you to be, by now, he will be dependent on you. A person who acts as an object for you to fall in love and waits till everything else disappears from you and diverts the same attention and energy towards you and gracefully moves away, lets you experience his absence, is master. He is master. Master is a person who will not be dependent on you, but who will help you to be dependent on him. When time comes, he will simply liberate you and put your whole energy on you and say goodbye and tell you to experience the ultimate. With an ordinary person, that step will be a little difficult. The third step, first step, falling in love, feeling the person, there won't be a problem. Second step, forgetting all other objects except that person or the object, that also won't be a problem. But the third step, feeling his absence also and diverting the whole concentrated energy on yourself. Dhyayato layaha means merging into meditation itself without an object for meditation. At that spot, an ordinary person will not be able to let go. He will create a comfort zone between you and him and encourage you to be in that same comfort zone. Will not allow you to go beyond him. That is where the problem will start. Of course, when that problem comes, let us face that. Just because that problem may come, it is not that we should not start our steps at all. When it comes, let us find the solution. Let us start the work. Let us start the great work of working towards the enlightenment. 3 steps. Feel an object before you, not just seeing, feeling. Means completely lost. Feel the absence of all other objects and persons but this one. Exclude everything else. Just be completely lost with that one person or with that one object. Let there not be anything else. Exclude. 3rd step, when you really feel that there is no object, suddenly after some time, you feel, oh God, I was sitting here with Swamiji for 3 hours. And suddenly after the lecture you wake up, not from sleep. You think, oh God, there are so many people around me. Or suddenly you see, when did you come and sit? You ask the next person. And you ask the person, when did you come and sit? I did not even notice. If that happens, means you excluded. You achieved the state of excluding everything else. Then you need to go to the 3rd step. Means now unclutch from Master also. Feel his presence, his absence also. Then leaving aside the object feeling and the absence feeling, realize. Object feeling means the presence. Absence feeling means absence. Leaving aside both, realize. Let you realize, let you disappear just in yourself. See, in Ramakrishna's case, he was so connected to the Kali Murti, he felt that Murti was alive. Just now, few months ago, I went and saw that Murti. When I saw that, it was such a overflowing, such a fulfilled feeling. Just a 3 feet stone can give enlightenment. See the amazing thing. It's not more than 3 feet Murti, just 3 feet Murti. Black stone. It can give enlightenment. He was so strongly connected. First the feeling of the object happened. Then the exclusion, means leaving all other objects, that also happened. He used to sit in front of that Murti for hours. If he starts doing Aarti, people will start moving away because he won't end. If some people start speaking, you don't know when they will end. If he starts doing Aarti, you don't know when he will end. People will start going away. 2nd step also happened. The 3rd step happened when he became enlightened. 3rd step means feeling the absence, means leaving even that form happened to him. Only then he became enlightened. Understand? Feel an object, even ordinary relationship, falling in love can raise you to enlightenment. With this one technique, feel that object or the person intensely, exclude everything else. Feel the absence of all other objects, only that object or that person's presence, then move away even from that person or the object. Feel the presence, feel the absence. Suddenly you will see you are centered on you, on your deeper self, on your consciousness, on your very being. Let you all achieve experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore, 562109. Contact 0974220331. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Bharata started, even just sitting on the Ganga heals us so much. Yesterday it was nothing. We did not even have big lessons or sessions. It was just some question and answer, spending little time together. It's almost like getting to know each other, that's all. And just sitting in the banks of Ganga for half an hour or 1 hour, so much. I tell you, I happened in the banks of Ganga, please understand. I took birth in Tiruvannamalai, but I blossomed in the banks of Ganga. Ganga is such powerful energy. As some more cities are joining, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Houston, Kalahasti, Kuala Lumpur, Parani, Santiago, La Jolla, Hosur, Dhyanapedam, Singapore, Pongol, Winnipeg, with all my integrity and authenticity. I can vouch with my integrity and authenticity just by living around Ganga and drinking the Ganga water every day, even remembering the Ganga's sacredness, one can become enlightened. Because it's such a powerful technique, powerful method, powerful process. Don't think because I am in the banks of Ganga, I am just floored by Ganga and I am blabbering something. No. Ganga heals all the violence we carry. Ganga heals all the incompletions we carry. See, the lust is an incompletion, anger is an incompletion, violence is incompletion. All the incompletions we carry, Ganga can purify. Ganga can really, really purify. I used to sit in the banks of Ganga, just seeing. I have realized the oneness with Ganga. How the things float on the waters of Ganga does not pollute Ganga. Same way I have seen the thoughts and incompletions floating in my inner space does not make my inner space polluted. It does not touch my inner space. When you understand your incompletions are not powerful enough to make your inner space incomplete, you become eternally complete. I can say that experience I received from Ganga, on the banks of Ganga. It heals, heals, heals and brings love. Really, Ganga can bring tremendous love in our heart. I was wondering, can this Ganga can have influence, a special effect even on me, who is always in that consciousness? But I tell you with integrity and authenticity, it is. I may be default residing in that enlightened consciousness in my incarnation hood. Even in me the kindling happens. From yesterday evening I am all excited as if I am in puppy love. Even matured romance has a lot of pros and cons. You have a lot of thinking through pros and cons, will it work out or not and all that. Puppy love is the most sweetest love in the life, where you don't have any responsibility or ideas of making it work, yes or no. You know only one thing, you are in love, that's all. I can say from yesterday evening I am in that space. As if seeing Ganga first time. Ganga's character in Mahabharata is embodiment of love and pure inner space. From pure inner space, Dharma is born. Understand? That is why they portray Bhishma is born out of Ganga. But Dharma should not go and sit with self-denial and eat the food of self-denial. From the beginning, you should not allow self-denial to be associated with you, with Dharma. Because self-denial sometimes becomes so powerful, it binds, it makes even Dharma forget its purpose. Even Bhishma has to give up on himself and others because of the power of self-denial. Duryodhana, such powerful demon, self-denial. But when all the blood in Bhishma left his body, all the self-denial is completed, he feels thirsty, and as when he was in the arrow bed, he asks Arjuna, can you get little water? He puts an arrow and Ganga comes out and fills Bhishma again. Means if your self-denial is completed, again the pure inner space awakens in you. When Ganga fills Bhishma again, he lives in the space of Dharma and leaves the body as he wanted. Actually, Ganga is the first, foremost character in Mahabharata. Because our screen space is very less. After Bhishma's birth and after she hands over Bhishma to Sandanu, she is not interfering the story much. So we forgot her. Otherwise, Ganga is the great grandmother of Mahabharata. Almost the first character in Mahabharata. Shantanu is born as Shivamsa. That is why with that Shiva Amsa only Ganga lives. How can Ganga live with anybody else? Shantanu was born as Shivamsa. With that Shivamsa she lives and gives birth to, for Ashtavasus, she gives birth. The whole mess of the layers and layers of socio-political personalities and characters, the pure inner space is pushed back. And Ganga is not just a river, collection of water. It's the largest living deity. There is no river, no hill, no other physical object on the planet Earth is worshipped by so many millions of people. This statement I can make with all my integrity and authenticity. There is no other deity which is worshipped by so many millions of people like Ganga. Even Himalayas is not worshipped by so many millions like Ganga. See, largest worshipped deities in the planet Earth, Tirupati Venkateshwara, Arunachala, Himalayas, Ganga. If you see the whole list, Understand, if you see the whole list, Tirupati Venkateshwara, Shabarimala Ayyappa, Arunachala, Ganga, Himalayas, nothing can be compared, even compared to Ganga, because the number of people worshipping it, the millions of people revering it. Last few days, whenever I have time, I go and sit in the banks of Ganga. I see even the local people with so much of reverence, they just come and sprinkle the water and go. Just to do namaskar to Ganga. I tell you, largest worshipped single deity on the planet Earth is Ganga. Ganga is such embodiment of divinity. Actually, Ganga lands on the planet Earth to complete everyone. The very context for our coming to planet Earth is for completion. Bhagirath's forefathers were incomplete, and to complete them, Bhagiratha brings Ganga to planet Earth. For the sake of completion only, Ganga even comes to planet Earth. So she is the pure inner space, completing everyone continuously. I have a question from Jnanatma. Swamiji Bhishma gave word to his father Shantanu and followed integrity till the end of this life. However, it feels Hastinapur would have been saved if he broke his word and fulfilled higher dharma of being the king of Hastinapur. Which one is better? Fulfilling the word just because he gave, or okay to break the word if it solves higher purpose? First thing, if Bhishma has broken the word, he would not have been Bhishma. Neither he would have been a great king of Hastinapur, nor he would have been able to protect the dharma. If he had a son, that fellow would have been 10 times worse than Duryodhana, because he is born out of incompletion. He would have been embodiment of Gandhari, Dhritarashtra, Shaguni, Duryodhana put together. At least now these fellows are separate. All the time they cannot be together to conspire. If Bhishma had a son, he would have had the brain of Shaguni, heart of Gandhari, stomach of Dhritarashtra, and prana of Duryodhana. Understand? Self-doubt always starts with stomach. And self-hatred always starts in brain. Self-destruction always starts in your heart. And self-denial becomes your prana, breathing. If you see, all these 4 people were killed exactly on that points. By the heart-broken way only Gandhari died. With the stomach problem only Dhritarashtra died. Read the Mahabharata. And for Shaguni, he was hit on the head by Bhima and he was killed. And for Duryodhana, his prana was on his thigh, and the thigh was broken for the prana release. It is by hitting his prana, Duryodhana was killed, because those qualities sit in those areas. Understand? First thing, fulfilling the word you gave is the highest purpose. By not breaking the word, Bhishma has done maximum possible good to Hastinapura. If he has broken his word, the son would have been the disaster. Nothing would have been left after him. He would have wiped the whole earth away, because personality like a Bhishma breaking his word would have caused only disaster to the planet Earth. For this, in that case, anybody breaks the word, it will only be more and more incompletion. Can never be the space of completion. Yudhishthira did not break his word, but broke the spirit of the word. When he uttered the word Ashwatthama has died, he uttered the word Ashwatthama, the elephant died. The elephant, at that moment, Krishna blew his conch. Technically, Yudhishthira did not drop his integrity, but actually he was part of the conspiracy. Immediately his inner space, which was always floating above the earth, fell to the ground. The story says very clearly. His chariot always used to be floating above the earth, but it landed on the floor, landed on the earth. This concept yesterday night I was explaining to all my sannyasis. Actually, the Ganga effect only yesterday night I was sitting with all my sannyasis. See, this actual matter you see around you is Bhuloka. Matter is not reality. Matter is matter. That is Bhuloka, planet Earth. The walls around you, the floor under you, roof above you. How it occurs to you is a reality. If you think you cannot go out of this room, you are caught whole day, you are made to sit here, then you take it, oh God, this is a prison, suffocating. It occurs as a hell to you, lower frequency than its existence. But other way, if you think, wow, what a beautiful place, whole day I am allowed to sit here in the presence of Swamiji. Many people in the street are not allowed to sit here. I am allowed to sit, and this building also protects me from the cold and allows me to experience Swamiji's presence. Then this same building occurs to you in a higher reality. This place becomes like a protection and gift for you. Then this same hall is Suvarloka, higher loka, Tapoloka. Please understand, the same matter, how it occurs to you is reality. Whether it occurs to you lower than its existence or higher than its existence. If it occurs to you lower than its existence, your life will be hell, suffering, incompletion. It occurs to you higher than its existence, your life will be heaven, joyful, complete. I tell you, Ganga can complete any lower occurrence you have. I can give this as an authentic spiritual practice. Actually, just for this I wanted to create a ashram in the banks of Ganga. Anybody in the planet Earth has some incompletions that they are not able to complete, strong incompletions. Just come and spend time in the banks of Ganga, drinking Ganga water, eating the food cooked in Ganga water. Whenever you find time, morning and evening, sit in the lap of Ganga, sleep in the breeze of Ganga. I tell you, with all my integrity and authenticity, Ganga will complete you. Because even the people who are dead, their incompletions, curses given to them, their incompletions, she has completed. And you are alive. She can enter into your muscle memory, bioenergy and complete you. Do pranayama in the banks of Ganga. That Ganga prana will go inside. Eat the food cooked in the Ganga water. Drink Ganga water. Live in the banks of Ganga. Sit in the banks of Ganga and meditate. Sleep in the banks of Ganga. Inner breeze. Enjoy the weather in the banks of Ganga. I tell you, she can complete you. That is why many sadhus who live here, even if they don't do any spiritual practice, they will be liberated. They will become a Jivan Muktas. Just because of Ganga's power to complete. She is here to complete. I'll make an ashram specially for completion. Anybody can stay here and achieve completion. Anything she will complete. You have a strong anger pattern, lust pattern, violence pattern. Anything she will complete. Because she is embodiment of completion. See the context for which she came to planet Earth. The purpose itself for completion. Jagan Mata. I can say she is Jagan Mata because only when she landed, the biggest source of water on planet Earth happened. Before her, only a little bit here and there that underground water was used for life to exist. It's only after her landing on the planet Earth, the life became lifestyle in planet Earth. Understand, life becoming lifestyle is done by Gangama. What an amazing purpose. Originally, she lives in the world of gods. Bhagirath does tapas and asks Ganga Ma to land on the planet Earth. When Ganga agrees to come to the earth to complete the ancestors of Bhagirath, then the fear or power when she lands, planet Earth may not be able to hold. Bhuma Devi may not be able to hold her. Then again Bhagirath calls Mahadeva for help. Mahadeva says, all right. He puts his head when the Ganga lands on the planet Earth. The Ganga Maya, the Ganga Mata enters into Mahadeva's hair, matted lock, and she starts enjoying his presence. His nearness and intimacy doesn't come out. And she's there, having vacation, enjoying Mahadeva's presence. Mahadeva's Sahasrara is filled with the Amrita of enlightenment. Sahasrara Amrita. She was enjoying that Amrita and started living there. Here this poor fellow Bhagirath is begging, hey, come. You are having your honeymoon She literally having moon and honey together with her honey. Having honeymoon. Not coming down. Moon is there one side. Honey is there on Mahadeva's Sahasrara. And she is having honeymoon with him. And then again Bhagirath does tapas to Mahadeva. Mahadeva wakes up and, oh, I forgot, she is here, I'll allow. Then through his jata, he allows few streams to come out. That few streams are only Bhagirathi, Alaknanda, all these different streams, Kedar Ganga, and all these different streams, including Yamuna. Yamuna is not a separate river, actually. In course of time, for geographical purposes, we named it as a Yamuna because for little more time, she is running as a separate stream and joining. See how the Alaknanda, Bhagirathi, Mandahini and all join. They all join within few hundred kilometers. And Yamuna takes few thousand kilometers and joins in Prayag. That's all. Otherwise, all are same streams only. So Alaknanda and Bhagirathi join in Dev Prayag within 60 kilometers. But Yamuna joins maybe 1000 kilometers or little more than that. She joins in Mahaprayag, Prayag, Allahabad. So understand, she starts running, Yamuna joins after 800 kilometers. Otherwise, if you see the origin, in origin all of them are almost same distance only. The distance between the Alaknanda's origin and Bhagirathi's origin, and the Bhagirathi's origin and Jamuna's origin are all same distance only, not much. Anyhow, she starts flowing, and the funny thing, one great Rishi, Jannu Maharshi, is doing tapasya in Himalayas. In the flow, in the speed, she started melting the Shivalinga that Jannu Maharshi made. Jannu Maharshi made a Shivalinga out of sand and he was worshipping. She was flowing so fast, she started slowly dissolving that Shivalinga. This fellow did not bother even for a second. He just swallowed the whole Ganga. Please understand, even to hold Ganga, Shiva has to put his head down. Shiva Bhakta, he just swallows the whole Ganga. This means Shiva Bhaktas are more powerful than Shiva. Now this story, Shiva Bhaktas are more powerful than Shiva. He just swallows the whole Ganga, drinks the whole Ganga, saying, you are so violent and arrogant, you don't bother that I am doing a puja. It's like a old man treating a small girl. You are jumping around like a small girl, come on. He just takes and swallows the whole Ganga. That's it. Again this Bhagiratha, oh God. Then he does tapas towards Jannu Maharshi and prays to Jannu Maharshi, please, for my sake, forgive her and allow her, because my grandfather's, my ancestor ashes are all lying, so she has to purify it. Then Jannu Maharshi says, all right. And he touches his ears and allows the Ganga to come out. That is why she has one more name, Jannavi. Ganga has one more name, Jannavi, means daughter of Jannu Maharshi. Through Jannu Maharshi's ears, she comes out. That is why this Brahmins, even now when they do a ritual, if they want to purify themselves, they will touch the right ear. Means the Ganga. Remembering the Ganga, if they touch the right ear, they become pure. This Ambananda will be doing all the time. No, there is a verse. No, what he does is as per Shastra. Shastra say, remembering Ganga, you are purified. You are complete. Even by remembering the Ganga, you become pure. That is what is the tradition. So actually, the origin of Bhagirathi and Alaknanda, the distance between them, and the Bhagirathi and Yamunotri, distance, both are one and the same. But the Bhagirathi and Alaknanda join very quickly, and Ganga and Yamuna join little late, that's all. So Ganga, she comes out of Janu's ears. Then the story says that Bhagirath does not even want to leave Ganga on her own. He himself guides the Ganga, making way, and Ganga comes and washes away all the ashes of Bhagiratha's ancestors and completes Bhagiratha's ancestors, and she gives a boon to Bhagiratha. I will be available on the planet Earth forever, completing everyone and all their incompletions. Embodiment of Purnatva. Ganga Mata, embodiment of Purnatva, embodiment of completion. So beautiful. All you guys are fortunate. You are doing your completion in the banks of Ganga. In the breathing space of Ganga, you are doing your completion. The tradition says sadhana done in the Ganga's bank brings thousands of times more result. It's true. Ganga Mata is such powerful energy, such beautiful energy, such great energy. The largest worshipped deity is Ganga. She is the Kalpataru for planet Earth. Whatever, whoever wants, she goes on showering. She is like a mother. Physically also she gives, what do you want? And spiritually also she showers, what do you want? Actually, instead of putting all our faith on any deity made of stone, we can put it on Ganga, because that is more relevant. Wherever Ganga is not there, as a substitute to Ganga, you can have stone deities and metal deities. All deities are substitute to Ganga. But if Ganga is there, nothing else is required, nothing more is required. Largest embodiment of divine, the Ganga. I commit with Ganga Mata, Ganga Maya, with all my integrity and authenticity. I'll strive, put my best efforts to keep her clean and stop the pollution happening from externally. Of course, internally nobody can pollute her. She is as pure as herself. You can't even compare her purity with anything else. But these external impurities being dumped on it, many parts of the Ganga, it is common man is not able to use it for drinking and taking bath because of the external pollutions. I'll work to stop that. It's my commitment to Ganga Mata. We should protect the Ganga Mata without getting polluted. The pollutions of our lifestyle and corruption of our mind, we are trying to dump it on Ganga. She is the Kalpataru. Come on. Meditate on Mother Ganga. Let Mother Ganga be a Kalpataru. I have also decided on the banks of Ganga we will find a place and make an ashram and plant our banyan tree here. So Ganga and Kalpataru together. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Cognize the Ganga Mata, the Kalpataru energy is filling you all, filling all of us. Create a deep, prayerful mood, the prayerful space, deeply praying to Ganga, to awaken your Kundalini Shakti and make your inner space blissful and make what you want as reality. Pray to Ganga Mata. Namah Shivaya. To radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching and with eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
What is initiation? Now, your individual component just need to cooperate, get accustomed to the Paramashiva's component. Don't feel like invasion. It is not invasion. It is actually expansion. Understand very clearly. Your individual consciousness and will, what you consider as you, and Paramashiva's consciousness and will, both qualitatively are not different, only quantitatively different. So, he entering into you is not invasion, it is expansion. See, if he is of a different quality and you are different quality, he entering into you can be invasion. But quality-wise, you and he are one and the same. Only your quantity is less and his quantity is high. Because it is only quantitative difference, when he enters, it is called expansion, not invasion. I just need to make you get more comfortable with that expansion. Understand? That for men, that macho-ness, the masculineness you feel, is always about invading into others. Stupidity. Real masculineness is holding your center, integrity. Understand? Same way for women. All the time that collapsing, victim mood, by collapsing, threatening everyone around to give attention and support to hold herself. Constant stupid blackmailing is considered as the identity of the feminine hood, which is very comfortable and easy game to play. Cheapest way of existing. Real feminism is not tantrum throwing, not giving up. I tell you, in my life I have seen all successful families are centered on a woman who decides not to give up. All destruction is centered around the woman who throws tantrum. Same way in men. All successful men stand with their core value as integrity, not that invading macho-ness. I understand it is mediocre. These invading traditions, see, have they produced a single useful thing to the world? After independence, just see, top CEOs of the world, if you list in the top 50, at least 20 are Hindus. And top 50 terrorists wanted all over the world, list it. Top 20 are from Pakistan. Understand this invading ecosystem, non-contributing but just grabbing, is no way going to be useful for you. Please understand, the top CEOs from India are not because of Indian constitution, because of Hindu mental setup and Hindu scriptures. That you need to know very clearly. Hindus should be having the nationalism only towards Hindu nation. Stupid Hindus are having nationalistic sentiment towards non-Hindu constitution. Don't you see a big... Your Hinduness should make your nation Hindu, not your nationalism should make your Hindu secularist religion. If you listen to me intensely, you will understand what I am talking. Nationalist fellows are trying to make Hinduism secular, instead of Hindus trying to make nation Hindu nation. Understand? A real Hindu contributes, never invades. Some of the stupid, cheapo, hate speech, media terrorists, atheist terrorists, mouthpieces. Now everything is coming out. More than 50,000 acre Hindu temples' lands have been grabbed by atheist terrorists, Dravidian ideology politics, and politicians. And their mouthpieces, and their media, and their government, and their police was accusing me. I was trying to invade Madhurayadinam and other Hindu mutts. Those properties are allotted for Hinduism for the sake of work of Hinduism, which I am doing. I did not even invade into their properties. I wanted just all those properties to be put to use to Hinduism. The fellows who have invaded and cheated and grabbed and sitting on it are accusing me of invasion. Funny thing. Unfortunate. I have contributed to Hinduism. I am a real man standing for Hinduism, understand? In last 18 years of my public life, in 2000, entered into public life just after realizing my purpose, incarnationhood, offering gratitude and worship to Parameshwari, Parashakti, doing Chandi Homa. I started my public life in Tiruvannamalai. Last 18 years of my public life, I only contributed to Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Invasion is silly conversation. Integrity is real masculineness. Not giving up is the definition of feminineness. Definition of feminism as per Vedic tradition is not giving up. But unfortunately, in the modern day, definition of feminism is throwing tantrum. Throw tantrum on everything. That is considered to be the feminism. I have seen some of the greatest women. My own grandmother, the kind of the strength not giving up. My grandfather passed away when my grandmother was in 30s, not even 40s, in 30s. When she was in 30s, my grandfather passed away. In Hindu tradition, we don't remarry. Somehow, very rare. Remarriage is very rare, especially in those days. Not only she did not remarry, she brought up all the 3 kids and educated them, settled them well. Till the last day, she was cooking and eating on her own. Understand? I have never seen her in depression even one day. For the whole village, she's like godmother. I walked with her all around the village, never seen any shop guy asking money from her. She will never miss paying. I've never seen her not paying, but I've never seen any shop guys taking money, asking money from her. Whether it's a purchase or eating, they'll say, no, I will not take money from you. You are such a great person. Why, Nothing, just she will constantly be supporting anybody who is in trouble. There's a marriage in your house, you don't have to worry about volunteers. She will be there. She had a team, everything, tying the banana tree and cleaning up finally. In the India, marriage is almost like a 1 week ritual. Everything end to end, she will do it completely free, not for any money. If she had a marriage service home, she would have made, I don't know how many crores. End to end, she will do free. In India, we don't have the concept of getting paid for volunteering and helping some of your friends and families' marriages. Such high integrity and not giving up. Sometimes I used to think, hey, these guys are the Vedic women. Definition of Vedic feminism. Understand, the definition of masculineness is integrity to the contributing tendency, not invasion. By invading and grabbing what others created, how long you think you can survive? Not anymore, at least in the enlightened, the intelligent societies. The modern day humanity may need to get enlightened, but surely it has become intelligent. It's not going to allow anymore this grabbing tendency and terrorism based ideologies and religions. Understand? Everybody feels proud about invading and destroying and grabbing, and they claim themselves as heroes and valor for destroying Hinduism and Hindu tradition. Say, fool! Understand this one simple concept. Army naturally trained for destroying, fighting, and marketing, political, government grabbing, colonializing concepts, traditions, philosophies. They are professionally trained for grabbing, destroying, colonizing. But Hinduism is fundamentally university-based religion. We are a religion of knowledge. Our whole ecosystem is knowledge and more research and development and more contribution. It's like if an army invades a university and destroys everyone, is it pride? Fool! We are the university of the world. And some terrorists, brutal mass murderers, terrorists invades our university and burns them for months and rapes our women who are only trained in music, art, dance, culture, all this contribution kind of a lifestyle. You claim that as a valor, heroism? Stupidity. It is like army invading the university. University what? We might have had a small watchman level, security guard level army. Because we are not that ecosystem. Our ecosystem was all about knowledge. And our whole energy was spent on developing higher and higher knowledge system. We had weapons. Even the weapons, we had so much of moral restrictions, bound weapons. It was so much of life orientation, contribution based culture. I tell you, now what I am teaching you, your will persistence should not take the invasion twist. If you are in the masculine body, it should not take invasion twist. It should be contributing. If you are in the female body, it should not be tantrum throwing. It should be not giving up. This thought current is the greatest contribution to the humanity by Hinduism. Understand? If you stand with this thought current, the Paramashiva will beautifully get settled in you. Understand? Whether you are going to radiate Paramashiva and become eternal, or simply rot and die like a rat in a corner, is going to be decided only based on the cognitions you cherish. Now this powerful cognition I am sharing with you all, non-invasion, only contribution. No tantrum throwing, only standing up and not giving up on. Hold this thought current when you are manifesting powers. Don't behave like an invading with Paramashiva and power manifestation. Don't behave like tantrum throwing and giving up and collapsing, cursing everyone, angry, guilt. No. Stand with not giving up on feminism, real feminism and real masculine energy. Understand this thought current is the most important cognition you should carry when you do power manifestation. Army going and killing all the university professors and destroying the university laboratories and raping all the university students is not a valor. It is not heroism. I wanted all the Hindus to know, see what you inherited from your ancestors. See what they inherited from their ancestors. The top most wanted CEOs are from Hindu tradition. Top most wanted terrorists. I don't need to tell, you know. I tell you. The ecosystem of contributing is the masculine way of digesting Paramashiva. The ecosystem of not giving upon is the best feminine way of digesting Parashakti. Drop this abusive macho idea even in your sexual relationship. Bring tremendous feeling for the other person to be complete. That is what I call Ardhanarishwaratva. See the way Paramashiva is holding Parashakti. He knows she is there in his lap, but even then he is having one more hand and make sure she is safe. She feels comfortable, secured. Not throwing tantrum and not giving up on is Vedic feminism. Non-invasion, only contribution is Vedic masculineness, heroism. The Vedic potency is contribution, non-invasion, non-grabbing, non-invasion, non-stealing, only contribution. When you approach power manifestation, oneness, tell Paramashiva, let you manifest more and more in me only to contribute to everyone. Let you manifest in this body to contribute health in this body and everyone around me. Let you manifest in this body to manifest all the beautiful best things in this body and everyone around this body. Understand? Always have the attitude of contributing, non-invasion. You will manifest Paramashiva. That is the way your individual will beautifully merges into Paramashiva's will. That is the way, like sugar getting one with milk, kind of a milk and honey becoming one. If you approach power manifestation with a invading tendency, like you are going to go and grab, it will be like a Ravana's effort. Ravana tried even to grab the whole Kailasa. Funny thing. Funny guy, he became so possessive. He wanted to grab the Kailasa. Actually, it was very funny. Ravana was the Purohit, conducted the ritual when Vishwakarma made a golden city for Devi to reside. Vishwakarma was very happy with Devi. Devi killed the demons and protected Vishwakarma. Because of that, Vishwakarma wanted to make a golden city for Devi. He made a golden city, beautiful golden city, and in the Kailash. Ravana was a Purohit. And after all the rituals are done, Paramashiva asked Ravana, what should I give you as a gift for the Purohit? Brahmanas who conduct the rituals, the Purohits, they need to be given gifts. So, as per the tradition, Paramashiva asked, what do you want? This fellow said, you give me this whole city. Paramashiva said, all right, Tadastu, take it. He gave it away. He brought that only to Lanka. Lanka, that is so much of unrest in Lanka. It was not yearned, it was grabbed, invaded property. Unfortunate. Anyhow, that is over. After that, Ravana was so jealous of the kind of a joy which was there in Kailash. The fool grabbed and took away the golden city, but he was not able to take that space of Kailash. He is not understanding space of Kailash is Paramashiva's space. You can grab the city and take it, but you can't grab the space and take it. So invading, guys, non-contributing, invading, grabbing cannot get Paramashivatva. The fool did not realize that. He thought something I have to do and get this beautiful space where people are so happy. I should keep this in Sri Lanka, in my nation. And he just tried to shake Kailasa. Of course, finally, Paramashiva just pressed it and he got crushed under the Kailasa. Then he realized and he prayed to Paramashiva and sang Samagana. Paramashiva is Asudosha, after all, easily pleased. And then he said, all right, don't try to do this foolishness again, get lost, and he released him, forgive him, and he ran away and saved himself. Anyhow, listen, do not enter with the attitude of invading into Paramashiva. Enter with the attitude of Paramashiva. You manifest oneness in me. manifest all the powers for me to contribute to the world. Let everything be my contribution. Go on carry the contributing masculineness. See, whether you are dealing with your body, even with your body, if you feel you have some health issue, don't try to have invading attitude. Try to feel contributing attitude. If this body is healthy, it can bring so many good things to the world and others and to itself. Bringing good to you is not wrong, but bringing good to you to invade others is not right. Bringing good to you to give good to others is the right attitude. Understand, your cognitions matter for Paramashiva to settle with you. With every initiation, I am just opening up your whole being and inserting Paramashiva's being into you. You just need to get settled with him. You just need to get digested, aligned in oneness with him. I tell you, contributing, non-invading attitude of asteya and aparigraha, non-stealing attitude, non-grabbing, non-invasion attitude will make Paramashiva settle down in you intensely. Same way for women. Stop throwing tantrum, guilt, anger, giving up, and by trying to collapse and blackmail, trying to get everyone's attention and prove your importance. That is not real feminism. Not giving up is real feminism. Be a real woman for Paramashiva. Be a real man for Paramashiva. He will settle down in you. He will settle within you. You will become such beautiful being, radiating Paramashiva. Understand? It is all about the cognitions you carry now. Initiation I have done. I just need to make you feel more and more settled with this higher cognitions. Understand? I'll be doing these three things. First, cleaning your intestine. Intestine stress, any stress and distress on the intestine will send a very strong suffering and pain signals to brain, which will not allow you to manifest powers. So, detoxifying you through yoga and aushadas and pure vegetarian, organic, sattvic food. Understand? What you eat really matters. It's not that I have a secret agreement with vegan, organic food suppliers, or I have some investment in that business. Understand? Really organic vegan food detoxifies your stomach. What you eat matters.
Truth to the world that Paramashiva Shakti, Jagat Janani and Paramashiva are one and the same. One part of Paramashiva is Devi, one part of Devi is Paramashiva. This principle is represented through the Ardhanarishvara Murti form of Paramashiva. Today, all of us are going to be receiving the darshan. We are going to be having the live darshan of Bhagavan Ardhanarishvara form of Paramashiva. And Swamiji, as the embodiment of Parameshwari, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Devi herself, the Divine Cosmic Mother, Swamiji is going to be accepting the very, very special Sri Vidya Navavarana Puja. And already we have a lot of you people from across the globe are offering this today. So many people are there offering this auspicious ritual today. And Swamiji himself is going to be accepting this offering. And Swamiji is going to be gracing us all in a very, very, very powerful live darshan starting in just a few more moments. I request you all to quickly gather and settle down. If you want to inform your friends or Sangha members, anyone, your near and dear ones whom you want to invite so that they don't miss out on the darshan, take a moment and please do so. And I request all the participants that are here, to every one of you, today's initiation is something that is very, very important. We are going to be having a very powerful process. We all listen to the session now, right? Where Swamiji revealed to us all about the Akshara Matrika. Using the 56 sacred sound syllables, Swamiji will be infusing Paramashiva's DNA into our root center, into our Mooladhara chakra. And now each one of us that are experiencing here for the darshan, waiting to experience initiation, we're all going to be having an amazing super conscious alchemy that's happening within each of us. Okay, Shri Nithya Bhuteshwaranandaya, if you are here, please do let us know. Shri Bhuteshwaraya, I see your question, and please let me know if you're tuned in, because I would like to answer your question. See, you have posted a question a few times. Shri Nithya Bhuteshwaranandaya, let me know if you're here. Yes, all the other participants, can I request all of you, please kindly come on camera and settle down. Very shortly, we are going to be entering into the darshan. Nithyanandam, Marimuttoya, Kunyushan, Peter Wajda, Nithyanandam, and Surya Kumaraya Nithyanandam. Please kindly come on camera and settle down. Ganesh Ramaya, you have posted about how the true gender is our conviction and not just a physical gender. Swamiji revealed a very important fact about that. See, it's beyond our conviction. The experience you have about you at 4 different levels makes up your gender. Physically, it is not your conviction. It is how you experience as you, your understanding. That is why Swamiji says, gender is not rigid, gender is not solid, gender is dynamic. Because your experience about you keeps evolving through your life. As you keep growing, as you keep maturing, your experience, what you experience is you keep evolving. The way you experience as you, the frequency in which you experience as you, based on that, you identify yourself with a particular gender. And this gender, what we cognize, we feel and perceive as us, is in multiple levels. It's not just how you feel in one level, because the physical component also matters. How you exist and feel as you physically, how you exist, feel as you, cognize as you physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. In all the 4 levels, how you are matters. Whether are you active or are you passive? When we say gender, we have a very limited perception and understanding. Actually, I know many of us would even be very conservative. We think like, no, I don't want to even get into that subject. I'm cool with who I am. Understand, that's a very superficial level of understanding. The gender as what Swamiji has revealed that today we all listen to is something far more deeper. This very subject is way more deeper than what we normally understand as gender identity. It is about how we exist, how complete we are within ourselves. Many times, actually, when we do the scanning, right, body scanning, scanning through the third eye, I have seen for some people, people, like Swamiji revealed method, like for some people, like the very blockage. I remember scanning a person, his whole blockage was that he's not able to express his creativity from an incident in childhood where he was, because he was trying to go and dress up like a woman, like a girl when he was a small kid. And that, how it psychologically affected him when everybody around him stopped him. He even went to the extent of stopping expressing his very creativity, which was stopping him in manifesting wealth. And understand, today's darshan is extremely important because Swamiji is going to be healing one of the most core part of us, one of the most sensitive part of us, which unfortunately even many of us are not aware. There are so many wounds that gets created inside of us because of the various notions and misconceptions that we carry about gender, gender identity, and the comfortability or the completion that we have. See, even the understanding of feminism, even the understanding of the, having the equal rights as men or whatever, all of these are extremely, it's currently in a level which is not directly addressing the conscious need. It is, Swamiji has so beautifully revealed the science. Today, all the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, all of you learnt about this. And Bhuteshwaraya, this is an answer to your question as well. Sorry, Srinitya Bhuteshwaranandaya, Nithyananda, I see you now. So I see your question, you've posted it quite a few times. You're asking, what are these 11 genders? Are they the permutation and combination of the 4 layers of identities mentioned? Yes, the 11 genders are the permutation combination of all the 4 levels. How you cognize yourself, exist, feel about you, physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. The conscious will in your core. Are you cool, Paramashanta, or are you being energetic, Shakti? All these matter. Swamiji is explaining in the last video we were watching, where Swamiji is explaining this very beautifully. How for men, the right proportion of the right way to exist should be in each of these levels, so that you can experience your ultimate through that. See, it is not there is something right, there is something wrong in each level of your existence, but you experiencing tremendous completion with who you are really. This will not make us suddenly become some other gender, start behaving in a different way. No, it will actually bring a lot of consciousness into our own self, where tremendous grace will start oozing out of us. Actually, that is why if you're around Swamiji, right, you will never be able to see Swamiji as one particular identity, let alone gender, not even one solid identity. If you see Swamiji will sometimes be like the ultimate mother, like when Swamiji gives a darshan of Devi, or even normally just some darshan, Swamiji will radiate intense motherliness. Sometimes you will feel Swamiji is like a very sweet, intimate friend. You can just go and tell anything. Sometimes you'll feel like Swamiji is like your father. He'll just like, he'll make sure he'll align you. And sometimes you'll just feel like he's a very loving, a sweet companion. So many bhavas we experience. It is because Swamiji, of course, as Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, Swamiji is beyond any gender, any identity, any form, any kind of a frame that we fit in. And ultimately, for each of us also, it is the same. It is the same truth. We are all not confined to any one particular gender. Our existence, that ultimate pure consciousness, is beyond all of this. But from our young age, even colors are made to be a certain gender. Even everything is stereotyped. Whether you pick pink or blue, or whether the type of, if you're having a certain kind of a behavior, it is, you are like behaving like a boy or man. If you're having a certain kind of behavior, you're behaving like a girl or a woman. And all of these notions, this is what Swamiji addresses as the gender toxification. Detoxing from these wrong ideas of gender. See, there's nothing called right gender or wrong gender. There is no gender which is saying right or wrong. Bhuteshwaraya, this is an answer to your question. Each of the genders how you express, the level of consciousness that you are in, what space you are in, and how you experience yourself at the physical level, how you experience yourself at the physiological level, how you experience yourself at the psychological level, and ultimately, what is your conscious will? In all these four stages, how you experience you, the frequency, the state in which you experience you, that makes your gender. And that is why gender is not solid, it is not rigid. Gender is dynamic. As you go on from a young age, as you go on, you develop all these different cognitions and you explore, you understand about yourself further, and ultimately it will lead you to the understanding that in all the levels you're beyond the gender. That's why Swamiji says, body is a clothing to your being and gender is a clothing to your body. So gender is only a clothing that your body wears, and that is also dynamic. It is not rigid, it's not solid. And you will understand, see, when you sit and decide to go for intense completion, that's why today we all did, especially the Paramashivoham Level 3 participants, we all went through very powerful completions. First, we did an intense completion on all the misconceptions, the concepts, the understandings we have about gender and sexuality, the kind of cognitions, incompletions, limited beliefs that we carry. So first we detoxed ourselves from that. We completed that. Then the way how we relate with our own body or another person's body. What are the kind of incidents or the cognitions, how we were holding them. We completed that. Then Swamiji revealed to us in depth, so beautifully, about the existence of this loving genders and what is gender. First, how should one start identifying who they are? How should we start relating with ourselves? Swamiji completely detoxed all our misconceptions and misbeliefs and the way how we have been suffocating ourselves, and Swamiji helped us to come out of it, empowering us with such powerful cognitions and revelations. Then we spent time in understanding and analyzing how we exist in these four levels: physically, physiologically, psychologically, and consciously. Now it's just a mere decision to align yourself. See, just this alignment, actually, when you start cognizing, okay, how am I physically, physiologically, psychologically? Swamiji said, right? Physically, you should be active, like for a man. Physically, you should be very active. Physiologically, passive. Psychologically active. And consciously, you should be cool. Paramashanta Swarupa of Paramashiva. For women, it should be the other way around. Physically passive, physiologically active. And Swamiji explained to us how the Hindu goddesses are. The Hindu goddesses, you'll see almost every Hindu goddess is represented as a warrior. Our goddesses, our great women are all warriors. Even Devi Sita, she's a warrior. She's known for being a warrior. The very cognitions we carry will start transforming more and more, because you will start focusing on how to be established more and more in the space of this Paramashanta Swarupa, experiencing the tremendous completion. In multiple levels, this will help you bring that alignment inside of you. You will become such a beautiful state.